right. Hold on, y'all. Uh, hold up. All right. Give me 1 sec. All right. All right. We should be here. All right. I have to redo everything. Speaking of reads, hold on, y'all. Can't access my camera. All right. I'm not on camera on today's show. What's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. I can't get nothing to work today. Everything I got is damn near broken, y'all. Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Please put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. You guys should be able to hear me. I got to monitor everything through my phone today. It's Player Talk Radio. What's going on, Lord? Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. UFO Kamikaze. Good to see you, player. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Good to see you, player. Anthony said, who the fuck said Obama? Laugh out loud. Last gay president only, man. Shout outs to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button and share the show. I need you guys to do me a huge favor. You guys been rocking with me for some years, man. Damn near 5 years. For some. And 5+. I need y'all to do me a huge favor. And if you're in a Discord or YouTube or Facebook or somewhere, if you could please share the show because being shadow banned, definitely word of mouth or just sharing is gonna really help. You know what I'm saying? If you guys can please share the show and support the show, via Cash App or PayPal. Anything helps. Definitely trying to get some new equipment. I'm working with broken equipment. I've been working with broken equipment for a couple years now, going on a couple years now, since my computer screen broke. So definitely I need your help with supporting the show. One of the best, most consistent and underrated shows on YouTube and original. So if y'all want to listen to AI shows all day, y'all could do that also. You know. But shout outs to everybody here. We are in the building. I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show, DJ Kuda. You know, um, got so much stuff to talk about on today's show. We covered a lot on the last show, and we covered a lot. You know, um, we're gonna be covering a lot going forward. I can't see shit. Hold on, y'all. I wanted to talk to you guys about some stuff that y'all are gonna be seeing coming down the pipeline. You know what I'm saying? In the space. You know, um, I'm starting to hear more talks about it. I guess somebody that's been taking our our lexicon and a lot of our talking points. I got a bunch of pre-records that I've been working on coming out. You know what I'm saying? So there's never gonna really be a dull moment, over here on Player Talk Radio. But I gotta say, man, celebrities are ruining the podcasting game, man. Celebrities are ruining, and musicians and stuff, they're ruining the podcasting game. You know, and it's crazy that like a lot of them want to be us or use our talking points or just come in this joint not original. You know, talked about it multiple times on the show. But I'm just gonna talk about some other stuff a little bit more in more detail. To give y'all a little bit more context about where I'm coming from. Some of you guys been rocking with me for a long time, so you know where I'm coming from. But others, you may need a little bit of context. Some people might need to be like, okay, I see what you're saying. So I don't know, maybe I gotta go find it, but the topic going into this weekend, right? Since everybody done stole their dating and relationship information from cats in the space and in the manosphere and in all these other, surrounding spaces and stuff. But basically, it's been stolen from the manosphere. You know, they're starting to now talk about, like, I guess Paul Pierce. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. I guess Paul Pierce did a show recently, and he was telling people, that you got to go with like go get you a five, or basically they're you got people using a scale of 1 to 10 again. And remember, I told you guys, if you hear people using a scale of 1 to 10, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Really, save yourself the footwork. The only time I use it, like I've said, or the only time I really use it is because most people won't understand. And like I said, the only time I really use it is to describe something. But I know it so well that when I hear other people using it to describe something, it really shows me that they respectfully have no earthly idea of what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got to be very, super cautious when you hear anybody using the scale of 1 to 10. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about, and it's gonna waste your time really listening to it, because really it's first of all, it's taboo in today's dating society, and it's out of whack right now. You know what I'm saying? To even try to use the scale of 1 to 10. Like, for example, as a player, players used to dime shame people, and it's a term that a lot of the players, I know, I'm one of the pioneers of this term, but it's called dime shaming. Meaning that, oh, you ain't date somebody that's a dime, or you're not dating a woman that's quote unquote technically a dime or something like that. That was one thing that I know men used to get on other men about, like, oh, your woman ain't a dime, or basically, or whatever, or a baddie or whatever, right? But nowadays, everybody damn near could be a dime. Anybody could be a baddie. Sometimes it ain't if the person's a baddie or not, is if you got money, or if you know your style. Glorilla, when you first discovered her, she wasn't a baddie. Go look at her now. Leaps and bounds, people. Leaps and bounds. It makes no sense even bringing up, dimes and all this other shit. It really doesn't. And then let me tell you another reason why it's dumb to listen to people about the scale of 1 to 10, because y'all are under the impression of pairs. Meaning, oh, if you ain't an 8, you can't ask for an 8. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And you see where Paul Pierce and a lot of people that's stealing our talking points, they don't know where this shit comes from. So if y'all been watching the show for the past couple of days, and stuff like that. We kind of been going over Fresh and Fit, and we went over Myron and some of the issues that he's had with his girl. You know what I'm saying? Myron, kind of lost the woman that was supposed to be his bottom bitch, and just a bunch of other different things. And I may have mentioned, if y'all remember, that Myron may need a Sudanese starter chick. And that shit was funny. What's going on, Stoic? Here go Stoic again. He said Clinton and Joe Biden put in a joint effort to lock up black men. That is true. Shout outs to Stoic. Stoic and a couple of other people was kind of, I ain't gonna lie, it is funny. They were talking about, yo, Kuda, that's diabolical. A Jamaican starter chick, you know, is diabolical. It is diabolical. Stoic says Byron is a hypocrite. A lot of people are saying that. But no, but y'all have heard me, talk about, the starter chick, and y'all heard me talk about, other different concepts like the adjustable seven and all, and all these other different concepts and stuff like that, right? The adjustable seven and the starter chick. Well, these concepts comes from my brother Rom Wills. You see, a lot of people don't want to give people credit. See how easy it was for me to give credit and cite my sources? This comes from brother Rom Wills. This comes from Rom Wills. The starter chick concept and what Paul Pierce and a lot of these guys are trying to tell you is the adjustable seven. Now, average women in general are adjustable. But like I said, don't really listen to people that's going to sit here and talk to you and try to really lecture you. And they're using a scale of 1 to 10. The scale of 1 to 10 is not accurate. It's never been accurate. And it only really should be used to describe maybe the ballpark of the looks in stuff that you're trying to describe. You know what I'm saying? The reason why the scale of 1 to 10 is not accurate, especially nowadays, because there's many more factors that go into it. And even as a player, there was many more factors that went into it all anyway. Because guess what? You either gonna hit or you not gonna hit. And also, too, it stifles your game if you have any. Because you're gonna put you put pussy on a pedestal when you need not to. You're gonna be treating a 10 like a 10. You're gonna be treating a 6 like a 6 or a 7 like a 6 or whatever. Anybody uses the scale of 1 to 10 trying to tell you anything about dating, if they're not a player or don't really, most of them don't know what they're talking about. And it's brain rot at that point. Because to get a 10, you may need to treat a dime like a 7. Some 6s, I'm not going to lie, you may need to treat them like a 10. And then these people will say something stupid, especially if you listen to women talking about this dumb shit. Women will be like, a 5 has no business asking for a 10. That's not true. Who the fuck told you that? Because, see, you're stupid. And you, let me tell you something, too. And usually 2 10s don't get along. So listen to people when they, really pay attention. If you think I'm bullshitting, pay attention to people when they try to talk this stupid shit. They don't know what they're talking about. They have no earthly idea of what they're talking about. Get to the comments. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. UFO Kamikaze said, I've had other dudes start to show interest in the chick just because I started to. It's almost like they're interested in competing with me rather than interested in her. Insecure shit. Well, a lot of the shit, as you know, is monkey see, monkey do. You know what I'm saying? Some guys have to see another guy find interest in another woman to be like, oh, okay, this woman is interested. You know what I'm saying? Some guys gotta see another guy. If Chris Brown or Andrew Tate or somebody says, "Hey, this woman is beautiful," guys that might think otherwise might start to think that woman is beautiful just because that person said it, or just because that person showed interest. You know what I'm saying? So that's a part of the game also with quote unquote influence and stuff like that. And both sexes do it. You know what I'm saying? By the way, both sexes do it. You know what I'm saying? Some women might not find other men attractive until other women are attracted to them. The term for that is called, which you guys have heard it before multiple times, and we've talked about it to a huge extent. It's called pre-selection. It's called pre-selection. So there's other things in the game, that will boost people's interest and that will boost people's, appearance and that will boost people's quote unquote number. And then at the end of the day, looks and stuff like that is subjective. You know, that stuff is subjective. That stuff is subjective. You know. Give me 1 second, guys. Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. Got some good content coming y'all way. As always, I do very good work, y'all. Very thorough. He said I've had other dudes. Hold on. I really go after the chick lots of dudes are chasing. Shit feels like competing for her, and I don't do that shit. Right. And then, her ego could go through the roof when she realizes a lot of guys are chasing her. A lot of women believe a lot of guys are chasing them, and rightfully so. Some guys probably are chasing them. But they start looking at you crazy, like, well, what are you gonna do for me? And it's like, no. And that's why a lot of women are confusing lust and sexual interest. It's crazy because I mean it's wild because a lot of women like to think that a lot of men want to marry them and be around them and stuff like that, and that's kind of not the case. But you know, you got to give women nowadays gotta have that wiggle room to play stupid or to play dumb. You know what I'm saying? That's always got to be a given. That's a part of the options and stuff like that. You can't get mad at women for it either. You can't hate on them. It's just really the truth. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are not gonna like that because a lot of people want to believe that they have options, but it's like it's really not. It's just you got to give, especially women, but people nowadays, the wiggle room to delude themselves. To kind of play dumb, to kind of act like they don't know what the hell going on and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? shit, the average American nowadays can't survive without it. Pay attention. Another thing that we've talked about that a lot of people are talking about, that there's like a fuckload of cases of HIV, honeymoon in Vegas, running rampant around the ATL area, and a lot of people are, a lot of people are like, yo, hey, you gotta protect yourselves. Make sure you guys are, strapping up and using condoms and all kinds of different stuff, and just a lot of people are, commenting on it. We kind of talked about it on the last show. Man, you just got to be careful out here in general, man. You know what I'm saying? They got shit that'll eat through condoms and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And not even that. I mean, some people, they start off using condoms and then they stop, and once they feel that they familiarize themselves with another person's body, or you got some people that'll eat the box with no condom on and shit like that, and then the honeymoon in Vegas then found its way down your damn throat. You know what I'm saying? So all kinds of little stuff is going on nowadays. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Chris G? You said niggas get mad as fuck when they're invested so much in getting a chick. Notice a chick to notice them, then she shows interest in a dude that she barely knows. Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta explain to dudes that sit up here and listen to Manosphere content all fucking day. I gotta explain to them that certain women will act completely different with other men. And they're like, "Oh, are you serious?" It's like, yeah. Just like two women will date the same nigga and not get the same guy. There's women out here that, upon sight, men will immediately start tricking on them. Versus other women. There's this young lady going, she got she got a TikTok that people are reacting to or have been reacting to, and it's funny because it's funny. Speaking of celebrities and people stealing our content and stuff like that, not really knowing what they're talking about. It's the women that got an inflated sense of ego and stuff like that. It's the women that's going to bring back the appraisal system. Women came up with this whole concept of ugly shaming and fat shaming and all kinds of stuff. And then they're going through a period where women are realizing, like, you know what? We all that. They're not even looking at it like this, but this is what's happening. They're realizing that they all look the same. They all damn near go to the same places. They're wearing the same shit. They act the same. And they've turned dating into a lottery. There's really no really redeeming quality that you really can't find. Women can't really, they confidently say it, but they kind of know they're bluffing, and it actually fucks them up. A woman will be like, "Oh, you'll never meet another woman like me," and it's like, give me like 10 minutes. Yes, I will. I'll meet somebody better than you. that can dress better than you, that looks better than you. And it's like even nowadays, they really got to stand out because listen, guys will forever have a wandering eye nowadays. You'll see two, you'll walk past two other women that look just like your girlfriend. Make you wonder if you chose the right woman. And, players usually have to go through that, and guys usually have to go through that when they meet a woman's family members and stuff like that. You ever met your lady and she got sisters, and you're like, damn, her sister's bad as shit. And it's like, damn, did I meet the right sister? Did I pick the right one? No, now you don't have to meet her family. Now you just gotta walk around and it's like you'll see like four or five different versions of your girl. So even if you niche down, let's say you niche down and you have a particular, and yes, I'm using sales terms and words for this conversation, but if you niche down and go after a particular type of woman and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? You 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 still the world is still yours. A lot of y'all brothers got one nights anyway. A lot of y'all brothers are niching down and don't even realize it. A lot of y'all brothers, there's so much choice out here. A lot of y'all brothers don't even go after your niche. See, back in the day, I niched down. It got to a certain point where I was like, you know what? For a whole year, I'm just gonna talk to nothing but women that I consider dimes, women that I consider baddies. I learned a valuable lesson for those 4 or 5 years that I just talked to nothing but baddies. Back in the day, I could do stuff like that, but nowadays everybody's a damn baddie. But it's actually psychologically a little bit worse because, see, you got a lot of guys running around here SBEing, and they don't understand average. Average people are always fucking confused. See, when you actually look bad, and when you not look bad, but when you actually are bad or a high value man or whatever the hell you want to call yourself, not necessarily not just your circumstances, but your environment shows you what you are. A woman that's a baddie, she don't even have to second guess. She don't even have to question shit. But average women and regular women, they've always been questioning shit because guess what? Their number changes that day, and then on top of that, stuff is situational. Because see, a universal baddie can go out and get the same results everywhere she goes. But life does this thing also, where like she'll go somewhere and she'll be in a vicinity, and a couple of things could be happening, right? Like she'll go somewhere and the guys in that vicinity is not gonna treat her like a baddie, and she'll be wondering if she's a baddie, even though she knows she is, right? Or she'll go somewhere, because I used to play these games with women all the time once I realized this dynamic. She'll go somewhere and there's a bunch of other baddies in the building. So the quality that she thought made her so special doesn't necessarily make her special anymore. Does that make sense? You take that variable off the table. You understand what I'm saying? So what I used to do back in the day, I used to, the girls that I was dating, I used to take them to the Ethiopian places. I used to take them to the Ethiopian spot and go eat some injera, which is Ethiopian, by the way, y'all. All right. I used to take them to the Ethiopian spot and we go eat some injera, and I would put them around another race of women that doesn't necessarily understand English, or they kind of wouldn't really. Basically, I'll put them around other baddies. So basically, they just to get the real woman, like her ego isn't really in the air. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna lie, you put her around other baddies that's like American. You know what I'm saying? They kind of catch on real quick. And they kind of start teaming up and shit. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, nor the price of tea of where I'm at. What I'm saying is, you know, um, when you're a actual baddie, your environment will tell you. You don't have to second guess it. Whereas average women, you know what I'm saying? Let's say if you got a girl that's a 6, she gets dolled up, she might be a 7. She walk around in sweatpants and stuff like that, she might go down to a 5.5. She might be a 6.5 walking around. You know, she might have a little bit of money, so she boosts it up to a 7.5, right? Or a great personality or whatnot, right? And then the thing is that they go up and down on the spectrum. They're confused. And then the thing is that their attitude for the day might not match how they look. And then another thing on top of that, what else I was going to say? Let me see. They might be with their homegirl that doesn't look as good, so it boosts their number. Like, there's a bunch of different things that can happen. And then they're average. Whereas there's really nothing wrong with being average, right? But average women, they seem more tangible. So average women are going to always be approached. Average women are never going to have a shortage in men. But see, women and a lot of men don't know how the scale works. So what happens is, to get rid of pretty privilege and wanting what other women wanted, them and feminists and a lot of other women destroyed the appraisal scale. And now it made it even worse, because the thing is that they thought that pretty women were getting a better quality of men, which wasn't necessarily the truth. If anything, I'll tell you, average women get better men than pretty women in a lot of cases. Because average women can have their cake and eat it too, whenever they want. And then also, beauty, true beauty, universal beauty, is a deterrent. Average women get a lot of high value men all the time. Even when it comes down to maintenance. And average women used to be better back in the day, because guess what? Pretty girls, they used to be ditzy. They used to be dumb. It's really the woman's It's really the woman's mindset and attitude that's really gonna raise your kids, man. Looks can't raise your kids. Looks can probably only give your kids genetics. Even the big girls, the fat girls. Shout outs to the big girls. Shout outs to the fat girls. Because the niggas don't know, low key, y'all the ones really killing it when it comes to genetic loopholes and shit like that. You dig what I'm saying? The big girls, they can go get them a genetic specimen. A lot of them. Average women always had their pick of the litter. It's just that they get jealous easy. They saw other women and they thought other women had it better than them when they have it better than other women. Looks will deter people away from you. Looks are intimidating, not your job. Looks are more intimidating than your job. And men will go after women that they perceive as easy. I'm sorry, average women are perceived as easy. When I was a young player and we used to go to the clubs, I used to get scared to approach certain women because they look good. And they were in the VIP section and stuff like that. I used to think these baddies that I used to think baddies had something going on. I used to think like, dang, she not gonna want to talk to me. She probably getting approached all night. She probably, you know what I'm saying? I used to that was my state of mind. Coupled on top of that I needed to drink a little bit because liquid courage had to kick in a little bit. So when I used to go to the clubs, I used to be, when I didn't really have no game like that, I used to be afraid of the attractive women and shit like that. I allowed their appearance to be the interference. You know what I'm saying? I allowed their appearance to get to me. Some of these bras, I was shaking in my boots. It's like, oh damn, she bad as hell. There she go. What you gonna do, player? What are we doing? Even to this day, sometimes I see, and I don't really cold approach like that as much. I don't even cold approach at all. I'm a DJ. I could just hang around and shit. And then plus, where I'm at right now, I'm 9 times out of 10, I'm the most interesting person in the room. If you know, you know. But even in the states, I had interesting qualities too. So really approaching isn't. I can look at a woman and say, damn, I can. And I've approached hundreds, if not thousands, of women in my lifetime. So and had so many. My cup overrunning, y'all. I'm not even gonna give y'all the ballpark, but what I'm gonna say is that I've acquired an aura that if I get approached, cool. If I don't, cool. You know, it don't make or break me. I don't care. And believe it or not, the aura or the disposition or the demeanor that you'll have is gonna attract women to you. Because when I used to go out and go get women and shit like that, the oddest thing used to happen to me, and I didn't really have to cold approach. I used to think that I would have to spend the whole night cold approaching, but if you actually went sarging and spent the night actually cold approaching women, what will happen is, and I know this happened to me, and I've witnessed it happen to my wingman multiple times, and both of us, I witnessed it happen separate, and both of us, is that if you go out and approach a couple of women and stuff like that, or people, they will start gravitating over towards you. Because there was times where I thought I would have to spend the whole night out approaching and stuff like that. It's like, no, actually, when you're approaching people and stuff like that, you have this demeanor, and it actually people will approach you, you know, and they will gravitate over towards you or ask you, or sometimes too, you have to understand that like when you go into like a club or a venue and stuff like that, I'm not gonna say everybody's looking at you, but it's best for you to assume that everybody's looking at you. Because what used to happen with me and my wingman, and just like and just in general, is that people are looking at you, especially when you come in through the door and stuff like that. So you have several types of people in this world, but I like to tell you guys that you have two types of people in this world. You have people that's like, I'm here, and they're like, okay, they kind of regress. And then you have people that will get to a club or a venue and they're like, aha, I am here. Here I am. And what I mean by that is like there's a couple of different mental dispositions that you have to have. Basically, it's like you walk around the club like you own the club, like you're used to being there. This is why I tell a lot of guys have routine places that you go, because what happens is you start to develop a rapport with the club and stuff like that. So if you go to your routine spots, staff already knows you. You're more comfortable moving around certain places. You know what to do. You know what to ask for. You know how to purport yourself and stuff like that. And newcomers and women that are there looking at you, it makes you more approachable because you damn near have an aura as if you work there. Or you know the waitresses by their first name, or you've had conversations with them and stuff like that. You kind of get discounts or king treatment and stuff like that, or you get prioritized. This is player shit. You know what I'm saying? This is player shit. So, if you dress confidently and stuff like that, you strut around, you walk a little bit different. It's really confidence. You dig what I'm saying? So I used to, like I said, go to the clubs, and I used to see the baddies and stuff like that. And sometimes they're in VIP, and then sometimes, you might meet them outside of VIP, and then they end up walking into VIP. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, you kind of got to get past security, or they come out of VIP to go dance and then go back to VIP, or they come out of VIP to go get a drink, or they get drinks brought to them, or whatever, or whatever. Or sometimes they get to see you, because a lot of times VIP sections in a lot of places, they're placed in a certain place where, they get to see you. So they can call you into VIP or invite you into VIP or whatever. And most of these people, most of these bras aren't very important or interested, you know? But a lot of guys will see a beautiful woman and they'll get intimidated, or they'll say, okay, dang, let me go holler at the little five or six over here that got a nice body on the dance floor that's overtly, you know what I'm saying, clamoring for attention. See, a lot of average women back in the days, they thought it was futile. It was futile to them, and they thought they weren't being acknowledged because of the pretty women and stuff like that. And then even when the average women that were clamoring for attention back in the day, even when they wanted to be acknowledged, right? Even when they wanted to be acknowledged, they wouldn't get the response that they wanted. You know what I'm saying? They would have to go through hell to get the response that they wanted. So now that the internet is here and anybody can be a dime, it's bad if you say somebody's not a dime and she claims that she's a dime and everything is acclimated. Now it's even worse that they got to clamor for attention because guess what? Now they're trying to get attention from everybody instead of specific somebody. So it backfired on women. And then also too, as a man, you can get a dime on discount. You can get a dime on discount now. All the dimes are on discount. Because back in the day, dimes never used to walk around by themselves. For guys like myself to actually get one or get around one, I would have to be comfortable with approaching multiple people, multiple. I would have to be comfortable with trying to extract her out of a damn group. I would have to befriend her friends first, and then ignore her to get her attention because usually all the attention's on her. I would have to charm and disarm her friends, and then halfway through the interaction, say, "Hey, you know what? I kind of been ignoring your friend over there. Do you mind if I talk to her?" And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, cool." You have to get through the gatekeepers. You have to get through the dirty mackets. You have to approach a group of women and even if there's like a bunch of guys around, be like, "So how do you guys know each other?" And she'll be like, she'll probably tell you the truth. She'll be like, "Oh, that's my brother. That's my best friend, and this is my co-worker or somebody." Because dimes used to be protected. They weren't just walking around. Dimes didn't have to think for themselves. They had a network of people that would think for them. So they could remain pretty and stupid, and they would still get the admiration of their friends and the other people around them. But see, now everything has changed. Everything is different now. Everybody's dating pool went up. Everybody could be a dime now. Everybody and anybody is attractive now. And if you tell people that's obviously not attractive, they're not attractive, then now you're wrong. And it's not about being mean and telling people that they're not attractive. It's if somebody misappropriate themselves. They say, "Oh, I'm a dime," and it's like you're not. You're beautiful, but you're not a dime. So most people, when they trying to tell y'all about the scale of 1 to 10 bullshit, they don't know what they're talking about. And then on top of that, most guys don't know what they talking about. Most guys, they underappraise themselves. Like a guy would say, "Oh, I'm a 4." Hey, if that's how you feel about yourself, cool. But a guy's number is never the number that he chooses for himself, to tell you the truth, because he doesn't factor in his personality. And then guys, usually they just want a woman a number ahead of them. So if he thinks he's a 4, he'll be okay with a 5. 2 5s will get you a dime. And a lot of people are seeing that, oh, damn, you know what? I want a polygamous relationship. Somebody in that situation going to have to be a cold 6 or 7. A nigga with 2 dimes ain't going to work, yo. So that's not going to work, you know? What's going on, Red Door Woman? Hold on, let me catch up on the chat. Let me see what UFO said. You said, I saw Ringo trying to pretend Danica Marie hit the wall yesterday just because she mentioned him without mentioning his name. Hilarious. Yeah, Danica got a little plump. Just went over a show with Danica. She got a little plizump. Cynical says it's easier to land an average male or woman. Yeah, well, nowadays it's a little bit trickier, but it is easy. But nowadays, the effort that it takes to land somebody that's average, you might as well go get a dime. What's going on, New? Good to see everybody here in the building. Welcome to the show, guys. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal on the way in. We're an hour and 10 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. But that's the thing, y'all. Nowadays, it's like you might as well go for what you need or what you want. Everybody get the cosplay and pretend. And you got a lot of people that get mad when those, you know, when they don't have the looks or they don't have the, you know, the charisma or anything to be, you know, mentioning certain things. Hold on, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, they don't have the looks. They don't have the looks or the charisma to be saying certain things. You can tell when people's script is a little bit off. It's like, oh, okay, this person has an overinflated sense of self. So what I was telling y'all, that there was a woman that was on TikTok, and it was a fat girl. You know what I'm saying? She was like, oh, this guy that I was dating, or this guy asked me out, and she was like, oh, he wanted to take me to a coffee shop, and I don't do coffee shops. She was like, oh, that's not gonna work for me. And she was talking about how she had to, you know, how she had to turn him down and stuff like that. And she was like, coffee shop doesn't work for her. And she was like talking about all of this stuff that she got at like another like store for like under $25 or whatever. And you had a lot of women shaming this woman, this you know, high calorie woman, you know, this hefty woman. And you know, they were like, she just wanted to get on here and show us what she got. And she just wanted to get on here and show us that, you know, that she turned men down. Because that's what a lot of women are doing. A lot of these stories and stuff that y'all see on the internet, you know what I'm saying? Shout outs to War Master. War Master said Lame Station is a 3. Xbox is a 10. I said what I said. Oh my goodness. War Master coming in choosing violence. Good to see you, bro. Of course it was Cap. You already know this. But this is what I'm saying. A lot of women that y'all see on the internet, they ain't had no dude approach them. This is old Facebook games. Like a lot of the women and people that y'all are gonna see on the internet talking about some I had to turn some guy down and say this and do this, that, and the third. No guy ever approached them. No guy ever said that. No guy have that. They have to put that type of stuff up. And they have to make those type of statuses and make these type of fake videos to raise their value. And that's another thing too, which is harmful and puts women and men and women and stuff in a delusional world, because they will do stuff like this to try to raise their value. She got to make herself seem like she's desirable, and that a bunch of men are approaching her, and you hear it all the time on these podcasts. I know 50,000 high value men, but you're not with any of them, and you look good, and you're presenting yourself as a catch. They gotta do stuff like that to make them seem. They gotta do stuff like that to make them come off or seem as if they're desirable. They got to make themselves seem desirable. They got to make they got to overinflate their value because they know they're lying to themselves. And I'm not gonna lie, proper appraisal builds character. So any character that women would have built or men would have built with this new appraisal system that they have out now is gonna destroy any character or trait that you can use or have to attract somebody more attractive than you or on your level. So it messes the person that's drinking the Kool-Aid up in the end. So really, even back in the day, it was a little bit different, but now it's definitely not the time to be listening to people about no goddamn scale of 1 to 10. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Oh, of course, Red Door Woman. Of course, it's cap. Look, War Master probably didn't even see it, and he knows it's cap. Shout outs to my A1 day ones, because y'all know damn well just off of how a story's presented. Oh, this is cap. Oh, this is straight up bullshit. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe. Please support the show. Getting into the show. Good to see everybody here. Let me see. UFO Kamikaze says, I've always attracted shallow, attractive women. It's not the paradise niggas think it is. That's what I'm trying to say. I had and shout outs to him. We kind of patched it up, but I had Complex and a bunch of goofy niggas run around here and was talking crazy to me when I say I like my baddies medium dumb, because I know what the hell I'm talking about. I like my baddies a little bit medium dumb. This is why a lot of dudes are running around here trying to explain shit to women, and the women are playing dumb. I like a woman I can actually teach something. I like my baddies a little bit medium dumb. But niggas be running around here, and I'm not gonna lie, you got a lot of women that are a little bit more attractive that are smart or believe that they're smart. Because that was a trait from a lot of the ditzy, dumber women from back in the day, that she was a blonde, but she thought she was smart. And see, it's on some player shit, because it's like you tell smart women they're pretty, and you tell pretty women they're smart. But to a certain degree, you probably lying to both. And that attracts them both. Because smart women like to think they're pretty and smart, and pretty women like to think they're smart. And even if she's both, whichever one she's more of, tell her the opposite. Honestly, when you talk to pretty women, it's the elephant in the room. You'll tell a straight up dumb chick, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, you might look good and all that other stuff, but I think you're actually pretty smart. And she'll take it as a genuine compliment. You can approach a pretty woman and be like, I like smart girls. What's your name? And it's like the elephant in the room, and she'll stick around trying to get you to call her pretty or acknowledge her beauty and stuff like that. She'll try to show you stuff. Does this dress look fat on me or big on me and stuff like that? That's how they are. And like the nerdy, geeky women or the women that's not really, you tell them they're beautiful. I mean, yeah, kind of simping. Yeah, probably, I mean, it's adjustable. I'll say that. But Paul Pierce running around talking about some, you should get you a 5 and all that other stuff. It's like, see, he, they just regurgitate the talking points. They don't even know what to say. They don't even know. They really have no idea what they're stealing. You don't need to get you a 5. You get you a starter chick, and the starter chick falls between 5s, 6s, and maybe 7s, maybe a 4. But let's get to it. Let's catch up. You said shallow, attractive women are always trying to get you to become shallow and materialistic as well. Yeah, they can't misread these company. They can't, in their mind, they can't really do it by themselves. He said they can't comprehend ideas of being cool with a simple private life, yeah, or a minimalist. Shout outs to New in the building. Shout outs to Red Door Woman in the building. Yeah, the coffee shop girl was capping. What's going on, Link? Good to see you, player. UFO said attractive, successful women will try to manipulate shit by sending opportunities your way, hoping to improve your life and satisfy their expectation. Fuck that goofy shit. That's also too. But the thing is, and the reason why a lot of guys don't really or they're kind of repelled by women like that, because any woman that means you well will want to see you do better. You know? And just like that big girl that was trying to shame, a man for taking her to a coffee date when she could have just said that she was hungry. There was a guy that responded to her, and because the women were going in on her, the women were talking shit to her, and was like, yeah, you don't get to talk like that and all that other stuff. And it's like, see, women don't give a damn about other women like that. But there was a guy that responded, and he had the best response. And he was talking about how she could have, mitigated and been more tactful instead of just trying to insult the guy that wanted to take her out. And yeah, women like her, they're gonna have to get used to guys wanting to go on coffee dates and stuff like that. Because I mean, she kind of should expect that. So she definitely would have to. What's going on in Chicago? She definitely would have to, kind of, use a little bit more tact, and just know that, hey, a lot of guys, they're gonna have a perception of you. But if you end up being cool and you're not tripping and stuff like that, that perception will go a completely different direction. But that's another thing too, though. When you meet the right woman, fellas, she might want to, improve your life a little bit, or think that, hey, go back to school a little bit, or hey, pick up an extra, an extra, You can pick up an extra, an extra trade or skill and stuff like that. But if that woman isn't tactful, it's gonna sound like she's trying to change you, or it's gonna sound like, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, fellas, when we chase after women, we get to a point in our life where we're content with what we have and stuff like that. And your woman, or the woman that you might like, or the woman that likes you, might know that you're very smart and intelligent, and she knows that you can be a little bit more than where she met you at, and she might want to push you a little bit further. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or if you've been with your wife for a couple of years and you're kind of used to a routine and you kind of staying where you at with it, you know, she might want to, push you a little bit. Because some women, some women have the ability to see that you didn't necessarily sell yourself short, but some women have the ability to see that you're smarter than you give yourself credit for, and that you can apply yourself in other fields that may have higher earning potential. You understand what I'm saying? So that is the thing also. That absolutely is the thing. So sometimes, even if she can't be tactful, kind of see what she's conveying. But keep your guards up. You know what I mean? Sometimes, she might try to mold you into her ex or a ex. Or sometimes she might be, you know what I'm saying, trying to change you. Some women, they, and it's like what a brother was saying, you know, uh, you know, uh, 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 you know, let me see, what's a good example? You know what I saw not too long ago? I haven't seen him in a minute. There was a guy that used to be here pandering to women, and they turned on him something real bad. And he's not red pill, but he claims to try to be red pill, or people try to, because he's nuts. People try to claim that he's red pill. You know how they do, right? There was a guy that used to be here named the Honest Truth. Y'all remember the THT, the Honest Truth? He said something that we've been saying for years, which is true, about another race of women and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And you hear a lot of the sisters say that shit on these podcasts, and they don't know, and they're not tactful when they say a lot of things to brothers, because they're really trying to, insult brothers for real, and they go out of their way not to be tactful. But when you see like other races, like the Mexican man with the Mexican woman, and he comes over to like paint your shed or do your roof and stuff like that, his wife damn near behind him, happy as hell, gold teeth and shit, with the paint bucket, ready to help him out. And she happy where he at. She's like, my husband is a painter, and that's what he does. And women always have the ability. They want more. They don't be knowing what they want half the time, but they know one. But I know one thing for sure is that they want more, right? That gets coupled in with the black community, because a lot of black women wouldn't be satisfied if their guy was just a painter. They want him to be the CEO of the painting company. They want him to, hey, you need to go from a painter to the CEO of the painting company. Hey, you shouldn't be a regular teller. You need to be the CEO of the banking company. Oh, you shouldn't be a bus driver. You need to be the CEO of the bus company. You hear it all the time. Shit is goofy. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to be the CEO of McDonald's or the CEO of Arby's or whatever and shit like that. There's nothing wrong with that. But you meet your man where he at. You'll work on that other shit later. And some of them will get mad at you if you're not trying to really move up and super achieve in the space that you're in. Catch up on the comments real quick. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. Link says, you play something about the HIV and now that's a lot of people's topics. Yeah, y'all heard a lot of the stuff that I've been talking about. You know, I get to the news first, you know, and give y'all the game, you know. A lot of people, they listen to the show too in the clouds and then repeat what I'm saying on their shows. I be seeing it. A lot of the ops, if they cool with me, I don't mind it, you know. But yeah, now, like I said, you got Paul Pierce and all these other people running around here talking about some get you a 5. They're wifey type, and it's like, this is a horrible way to try to regurgitate some of the stuff that I've been talking about. And they don't know where this stuff comes from. That's why I shouted out Ron Wills earlier, because they're talking about the concept of the starter chicken. They're talking about the concept of the adjustable 7, and they don't know. Them niggas giving y'all refried beans. I'm cooking from organic, you know? Don't panic, it's organic. You know what I'm saying? It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button to support the show. We're going to get into today's show. I got you guys. What are some topics y'all want me to cover? You can put them in the chat if you like. What would you like me to talk about on today's show? I got some topics that we're going to cover, but I'll let you guys choose some of the topics and stuff that y'all would like to talk about. All right. Attractive sorority and corporate chicks are the worst. They absolutely are. All right. He said, how y'all go from one day you don't approach women to the next you're approaching pretty women in an imaginary place. I never said that I don't, and I never said that I would. I mean, you can cold approach if you want, or you can get approached. I'm not telling you either or. I will tell a lot of guys to cold approach though. It's a great tool to have, but guess what? When you max out your cold approach and shit, you don't gotta approach no more. You kind of really understand it. There's things about cold approaching that you gotta understand, and there's things about being approached that you gotta understand. If you understand your value, you might be like, hey, I don't want to cold approach no more. I feel like I'm selling myself, or I've learned all I need to learn via cold approach. I've acquired a demeanor where women approach me because my demeanor reflects the value that I know I got. And plus, I don't feel like approaching women because it makes them feel entitled. There's certain women that it's better off for you to cold approach them, and there's certain women that it's better off for them to approach you. And it's really about developing a mouthpiece. Because sometimes it don't matter if a woman approach you. If you don't know how to talk to them, that's even worse. Link says celibacy 2025. Hey, nothing wrong with that, you know? Like I said, low key, the guys that ain't getting the coochie in some of those areas, hey, it saves you. You know what I'm saying? And out of all places, Atlanta, bro, if you think about it, Atlanta is like a modern day Babylon. Atlanta is like a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. So it happens. You said women who meet the criteria of what I'm saying know it's true, even though they don't like it. Lame niggas have never moved in, and lame niggas have never moved in those circles, so they can't relate. No, lame niggas don't have to move in those circles, UFO kamikaze. Lame niggas get brought into those circles. A lot of those women have a rotation of simps. A lot of those women have a rotation of simps that you know what I'm saying, that their credentials impress and stuff like that. You know, those fraternity women and stuff like that. You got to really some of them, depending on where they are. You got some high caliber women that's in those circles. Don't get me wrong, but um, you got to talk to them or meet them in other different places where they're not around their homegirls and stuff like that. You know, damn near those women, you gotta date them and kind of read it on them and find out that they're a part of a sorority. You know, those women, you gotta end up dating them and then happen to find out that she's a part of a chapter or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But you do got some high caliber women in those circles, but you do got a lot of women that really can't think for themselves in those circles. And the crazy part is that the high caliber women in those circles got to put up with those women more than they would like to, because guess what? Those are their seed stars, you know. And I ain't gonna lie, a lot of those women were fucking around heavy in college, and that's some knowledge you can't get in college. All right, you dig? What's going on, Paul? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show. Paul said, "How many women would you say wants to push versus the ones that want you to pull back?" What you mean, Paul? What exactly do you mean? What's going on, M1 Play 5? Good to see you, player. All the real big players in the building. Good to see you guys. M1 Play 5 in the building. Shout out to my big players in the building. Got some heavyweights in the building. Paul, Warmaster, M1 Play 5, UFO, Link, Bronze Flat Power God, Chris G. A lot of heavy hitters in the building. Where party at? Let's go. Where fasting at? Where coffee at? Where Auntie at? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast, big old player in the building. My signal is messed up today, y'all. I'm behind because I'm using my phone, okay? I can't really see you guys chat. So you said, how many women would you say want you to push versus the ones that want you to pull back? Well, with approaching, most women want you to approach them. But everything is situational, so you know what I'm saying? You happen to a certain degree to get approached by women and stuff like that. And then, like, let's say you go to certain places, like you go to Long John's or Trader Joe's or something like that, and let's say there's a baddie that works there, right? There's a baddie that works there, and you come across her and stuff like that, and aside from the job title and her working there, she has to talk to you. You know, she has to greet you. You know what I'm saying? It's a part of her job to say, "Hey, let me talk to this guy." You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be trying to tell y'all. I'm like, shit. As a man, there's so much layers to this game. If you can't obtain a wife, if you go to a restaurant or a diner or somewhere, it's not your job to go obtain no damn baddie to fucking serve you food. But guess what? If you go to Fridays or Ruby Tuesdays and stuff like that, and they happen to have a baddie there that's a waitress or a server and stuff like that, to a certain degree, they kind of did your job for you. When it comes to securing and procuring and obtaining and maintaining a baddie in their establishment. Now you get to talk to the bartender, or you get to talk to whoever that works at those places and stuff like that. You get to talk to them now because they're available for you now. You understand what I'm saying? They're available. And they have no choice but to talk to you. Now, I'm not telling you to go there and make their job more strenuous or awkward and shit like that, but guess what? If that's somebody that's available for you to date, you know, you start dating staff. Remember, I told you I used to take sisters to the Ethiopian spot. And number one, because, you know, I would confirm with them and talk to them and say, you know, and get them to confirm that they like spicy food. And then I would take them. I'm like, okay, I got a spot that I'll take you, you know, and the food is bomb and whatever, right? And I would take them to the Ethiopian place where there's gorgeous, beautiful, very hot and attractive Ethiopian women walking around. And, you know, what I would do was I would get them to, you know, to be in the vicinity where there's beautiful women that don't speak English that's around. And I would, you know, they used to have hookah in there also too, but I wasn't there for the hookah. I was there for the injera. So I would go get some, you know, 50-50 or a Waze Tibbs or Doro Watt or some Ethiopian food. And if y'all never eat Ethiopian food, you have to eat it with your hands. You know what I'm saying? So it was something different and memorable for them. And I used to bring so much women in like certain places or the clubs and stuff like that. And they used to always have like hot waitresses and bartenders and stuff like that. So I used to bring them into these places, right, y'all? And I used to bring so much women in there that the staff knew me. And what will happen is when I used to bring them in certain places, the staff knew me as the guy that would be bringing women. The staff knew me as the guy that would be bringing women into those places. So what will happen when they used to see me bringing attractive women into those places? I would be working two things at one time. I would have the attractive girls in those places, and I would bring attractive women in those places. So you know what happened? When I didn't bring no women into those places, the bartender would come over to me and sit down, or the waitress would come over to me and sit down and be like, "Oh, okay, you know, no attractive girl today." It's like, nah, I'm just solo. I would go to these places after work. And I'm telling you, when it comes to women and dating, that's really the most underrated flex. You gotta go to these places after work. There's so much women y'all are missing out on because after work you go straight home. I know you tired and shit like that, but sometimes, or at least 1 or 2 days out of the week, right after you get off work, you got to be like, you know what? Instead of watching the game at home, sometimes I'll go to the bar. You know what? Instead of going home to make dinner, I'll stop at this restaurant. But yeah, I mean, I talk to look, get it how you live, bro. Staff ain't off limits. If you go bowling at a certain place and stuff like that, hey, you could talk to the bartender or the waitress and stuff like that. Hey, what time you get off? I used to love talking to the bartenders when they get off because I used to go to this place called Clyde's and I used to talk to the bartender and she know I used to bring girls in there and sometimes I would do this thing where I pay the bartender, right? Let me give y'all some game on how to really do it, right? You give the bartender a certain amount of money and you tell her you'll give her the, you know what I'm saying? You'll you'll tell her when to cut off. You know what I'm saying? So let's say you go to a bar and you and your girl are in there and you know that you're dating. You go to the bar a little bit earlier and you slip the bartender, let's say $80, right? You slip the bartender $80, and when you slip the bartender about $80 before your date gets there, and you're talking to your date, and you're just like, what you want? And then you order some drinks, and the bartender's just giving you the drinks, giving you the drinks, giving you the drinks. And let's say you cool with the bartender, right? It's gonna seem like you just getting the drinks off the strip. And then you know how much you gave her and stuff like that, and you like, yeah, just cut it off, and then you get the tip and stuff like that. And it's basically like you didn't pay the bartender in front of your lady. And just be like, nah, that's my friend, we cool. You know what I'm saying? So you could cut the drinks off at $60 and tell the bartender to keep the rest. You know. So these are different ways and stuff like that. But you know what? Most of the people ain't even getting to that. Most of the people ain't even getting to this part in the date. Most of the You can tell who did it and who didn't, and who never did it. So you could tell who is who and what is what. Hopefully by this age and by this time y'all can tell who's really doing it and who's a pretender and who's real. But all right, let me catch up here. I'm so far behind. UFO says most chicks like I'm discussing have a lot of gay male associates, absolutely, and fake friends, fake sisters too. Shout outs to Link. Link says, Kuda, where does that come from? Wanting people to be the CEO of a company. Black women in the black community, we claim that we don't want struggle love, and we would like to think that when we come together with people, because we do go 50, it's not even 50-50, but it's like people have this need people have this need to become a power couple. You know what I'm saying? Black people have this need to become a power couple. They have this need to become a power couple. So the thing is, even trying to be a power couple with your lady is like struggle love times 10. You know what I'm saying? It's actually you actually better off with the struggle love moniker than this fake power couple bullshit. So they're never satisfied with your job title. You know what I'm saying, to a certain degree, and how it's set up and how you present it to her and stuff like that. So if you like, hey, I'm a plumber, She's like, in her head, she's like, oh, well, you need to be trying to achieve to be the master plumber or the, you know what I'm saying? They get women always want more. You know what I'm saying? That's why they need reassurance in a lot of cases. So they get their desires and stuff they get their desires and stuff that they want out of you mixed up with stuff that they probably want in their life and stuff like that. So, you know what I'm saying? They think that if you're not achieving or moving up or doing something different or being spontaneous with your work options and stuff like that, that you settle. You know what I'm saying? So she's like, yeah, they think that you're content. You know what I'm saying? They think that you're content. They want you to quote unquote be a quote unquote boss. You know, even when they're not a boss. Like, look at the girl that gets the McDonald's job. She'll be a cashier at McDonald's and go on Facebook and tell y'all she's the boss. She'll be working at McDonald's, but she'll tell you she's a boss. So even women, they don't become the bosses or dominate their respective fields, but they look to you to do that because you're the man. You know, and also too, it's just something that they want to kind of hold over your head. Okay, I don't know why this thing is pulsing like this. Hold on, y'all. All right, I don't know why this thing is pulsing like this, but yeah, I mean, sometimes too, it's to hold something over your head. So if you don't want to, go out of your way and do what she would like you to do, she can be like, "That's your problem. You're settling," and blah blah blah. All of this stuff comes out later in an argument and shit like that. Stay woke, y'all. All right. And one play five says, "I like money though." Right, right. And half the time too, a lot of them don't want to stick around with you to get to boss status. They're not willing to stick around with you in long days and late nights or early mornings. What's going on, EB? Shout outs to Eric Bird in the place to be. You know. Yeah, yeah. And they think you're slacking and shit like that. Whereas it's like, no, I'm content. I would like to just do this. If you want to listen, if you make enough money being a cashier and you want to stay at home and play video games and have a girlfriend, you have the right to do that if you'd like. If you can maintain a girlfriend and be a cashier and play your games when you want to, you have the right to do that if you like. Obviously, can you achieve more? Yeah, if you want to. But if that's what makes you happy, some random woman coming in your life talking about some, man, that ain't enough. Man, get the fuck out of here. It ain't enough until you say it ain't enough. Let's say you make enough money, then they'll get into this whole job classism thing. If you make enough money as a cashier and you can hold it down and shit like that, then what's gonna be next if you make enough money to sustain yourself in a nice little relationship that you got? Oh well, I'm a lawyer and he's a cashier. You know? Yeah, that shit is refried beans and one play five. You already know. And half the time they only want you to make more money to spend on them. A lot of women don't like that their man has a limit. That's why you get all of these unrealistic expectations. I want a man that makes 200,000 a year. Women want to feel like they can ask for anything. And technically, men are dating down to a certain degree all the time. But we don't look at it that way because we're not shallow and super materialistic all the time. Shout outs to War Master, Xboxian Topics. I got you. Metal Gear Solid just dropped. And a couple of new games I heard is coming out this week, so I've heard. Or it just came out, my bad. Apparently August is the big month for video gaming, yo. You said approaching is ninja training. Cold approaching is ninja training. Absolutely. Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. Yeah, high-minded like a motherfucker. Shout outs to M1 Play 5. He said lame niggas don't have access to their inner circles. I'm talking about they usually end up becoming orbiters or gossip. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. You said one orbiter never sees it in real time is hilarious. Yeah, orbiters are crazy, man. He says some of y'all truly live in a fantasy world. It's mighty funny how some guys know so much about women without ever being around them. There's really not much to women with being around them. If you've ever been a side guy, if you've ever got them at a certain point in your life and stuff like that, I mean, there's really nothing like there is no like extravagant fireworks that's gonna happen being around women. Like these are things that I know for sure and that I've observed. Some of us have mothers, some of us have aunties, some of us have sisters, some of us have cousins, co-workers, women friends, grandmas. You don't necessarily have to be around no woman in no dating scenario to find out certain things. Women can be complex, but they're not complex. When you get to a certain level with them, you know. You said women that want to push you to greatness versus the one that want to break you. That's what I would say is the ratio. Yeah. There's a lot of women that will love you and will be the one for you and want to push you to greatness. But the thing is that a lot of them they don't have tact. You know what I'm saying? They don't have tact when explaining this. There's nothing with a woman wanting to see you do better or would invest or want to, get you to do better or want you to do things in your in your best interest. But it depends on how they go about it. That's the thing. you know, and that's tact. A lot of women and the guys that they're around, they don't necessarily they're not they don't necessarily have to use tact, or some of them have never used tact. When it comes to talking to their man or dealing with their man, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is that the main person that needs that she needs to be tactful with is her actual man. She needs to be tactful with her actual man. especially if she don't want it to come off as wrong. The same way like a guy, that's with a woman, and it's like, damn, she kind of got big. You know, it's the same conversation a little bit. It's like, damn, baby, you kind of getting big. Instead of saying you need to get in the gym, which some guys can say that, and the women will get it. But some guys are gonna have to be like, you know what? I'm gonna start going to the gym. Would you like to join me? And that's somewhat of a tactful way to get your lady in the gym without saying, hey. So a woman could be like, hey, you know what? I saw this this cybersecurity opportunity, and I see that you're very good with computers and stuff like that. Have you ever thought about switching careers? I know you're smart enough to do it. You see the difference? She kind of gotta plant the idea in your head, kind of ease you into it. Instead of saying, oh, you lazy, you don't want to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to. And then you gotta also too, fellas, be careful when your woman comes at you with stuff like this, because guess what? A lot of times they're talking to other guys, or they've seen other guys, or they watched a show or a podcast, or they kind of met other guys, or knew a guy, or have an ex or somebody in that field, and then now they're trying to suggest it to you, which is okay. But it's not okay, because the thing is that if a woman can successfully turn you into her ex, why the fuck would she fuck with you? Just go back to your ex. And she not gonna be, if you gotta be careful when you change for a woman, because she's not gonna look at you the same when you successfully change. If you successfully change. That's why you got a lot of women, when they get with the quote unquote Pookies and Ray Rays, or the quote unquote bad boys, what happens is, you know what I'm saying? They spend the whole relationship trying to turn them into the good guy. And the Pookie and Ray Ray, he'd be right if he says, hell no, I ain't gonna turn into the good guy. I see how you treat the good guys. Hell no, I ain't gonna turn into the good guy. You know? Injera is not weird shit. Injera is not bad, War Master. Injera is good. Ethiopian people they use teff, and they use a lot of their food got curcumin in it, which is an anti-inflammatory. UFO said dudes who are constantly around the type of women I'm discussing, my bad, are biters, are orbiters, my bad, are orbiters and gossip guys. They use those lanes for what they have to offer them. Absolutely. And they're a part of they're a part of their networking team. It's very lucrative for women to have certain simps in high places and orbiters around them, because guess what? It gets them jobs, it gets them certain positions and stuff like that. And sometimes too, women use those orbiters to get the man that they are fucking a job. And it's networking. Shout outs to Link jumping from Rumble to YouTube. Is that towards me, D Chicago? You said, dude, are you okay? You're literally making up scenarios about women and men you've never met. Nobody believes you. I'm not making up those scenarios. giving y'all the game. Anybody with a brain can decipher what I'm saying. You said, who's constantly around who and where? What are you talking about? Go outside and prove what you're saying. All right, I don't know if he's talking to me or somebody else. Okay. You said, and one play five. You said, put that Aaliyah on. Your love is one in a million. Yeah, yeah. I love Aaliyah. Rest in peace, baby girl. You know. You said I'm like 3 minutes behind on the stream. Okay, okay. You said that social climbing bullshit in men is effeminate. You said effeminate behavior. Masculine men walk their own path and give no fucks about social currency. Well, it's a mixture. You got guys that do give a damn about social currency, and you got guys that don't. You know, you know. All right, let me hurry up and catch up. Okay, you and UFO going at it. All right. Shout outs to D Chicago. Shout outs to UFO. Y'all be going at it like crazy, man. But the funny part is that there's people that's watching y'all back and forth and getting game out of it. So hey, y'all be nice now. EV in the place to be. Shout out to my brother Eric Bird in the place to be. Been rocking with me for a long time. I appreciate you guys. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. We getting into it. We just chopping it up. I'm glad we can just chop it up a little bit. You know, 2 hours in 5 minutes into the madness. EB says, "What's up with women staring at us men when we smile and acknowledge them? They either have a blank stare emotion or roll or cut their eyes." So a couple of things is going on in this situation, EB. Women are cowards. A lot of them won't approach you. A lot of them won't approach you. And a lot of times, by time you find out that she's staring at you, she already made about 2, 3 passes at you in a lot of cases. So by the time you look at her, she gonna roll her eyes. Or if this is your first time seeing her, a lot of times they'll still roll their eyes because women are entitled and they want you to approach them and they believe that you should approach them. And in a lot of cases, when you don't approach them, they get offended by that. They feel some type of way about that. It's the goofiest shit ever. And women feel like they don't have to approach you. Women are lousy opportunists. That's just how they are. They're selling what they're selling, and it don't matter if you approach them because guess what? Somebody will come by and buy. So if they have approach anxiety, which a lot of them do, they're not in a rush to do anything about it. They don't have to do anything about it. But the thing is that you see what happens later on, EB, is that they get mad about the options that they get. They get mad about the options that they get. So they're not proactive or outgoing in a lot of cases, and then they get mad about the options that they get because women cannot control who approaches them. And a lot of them are mad about that, you know? They cannot control who approaches them. So that's the thing. He said a lot of high earning women be checking out custodian dudes. Yeah, they like to see a guy. They like to see a guy in a uniform and serving them. You dig? You said you just watch it with popcorn. I feel you. You said, in my opinion, I think been whining too much lately. It sounds like there's a lot of anger. You said, I ain't mad at no bitches. I ain't mad at no bitches. Just get the bitch you want. Simple. Yeah, I mean, your life, fellas, is niche. It'll be harder to be a celebrity in today's age because a lot of people that ain't got no business in your circle will be in your circle. Well, your life is niche, you know. Aside from you being on your phone and the people that you talk to and the women that you deal with in your real life, you really, y'all really ain't super competing the way y'all think y'all are, you know. And then stuff goes into seasons, you know. If anything, if Shorty got another man or she doing something else or she not with you, get up under another woman. Try again later. You know what we used to do? We used to use attractive women to, we used to use attractive women to pull other women. You know, we used to use attractive women to pull other women. You know, we used to use attractive women to pull other women. So what I'm saying is that, like, because I used to tell guys this all the time. I used to tell guys, I'm like, look, when you get your first dime, you can do a couple of things. You can actually simp out. I'll tell a guy, yo, I'll be like, yo, simp out with your first dime. You know, pay for dinners and food and stuff like that. Take her to certain places. And take a bunch of pictures with her. And I'm not gonna lie, put those pictures up on social media if she lets you. Put those pictures up on social media. And when you put those pictures up on social media, what's going on, party? Good to see you, bro. I gave you a shout out earlier. Good to see you. But yeah, when you put those pictures up on social media, other people will see you with this attractive woman and they'll be like, okay, I see he got himself a dime. All you really got to do, you can do this with average women now. You don't even really need no damn dimes. All you need to do is just show up with the woman that your woman would fuck. I hate to say it like that, but that's really as simple as it gets. That's really the truth. Just be with a woman that your woman will find attractive. Be around a woman that your woman would find attractive. Like if your woman would sleep with the girl that you're talking to right now, or you're, like you gotta, or if I ain't gonna lie, like if you're a girl that you're talking to, she's seen your ex, what would she say? Would she be like, okay, I'm dealing with the real one, or she'll be like, oh, that's that's the type of girls you deal with? Like, you got to kind of control certain conversations that you probably haven't had, or you probably don't know about, you know? So sometimes you take that one dime and other attractive women see that you like to be in the company of other attractive women. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Shout outs to good God Almighty. Shout outs to War Master as, oh my God, as always. I need to put, let me hurry up and put this in savings real quick before anything snatches it. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge 100 ball on the Cash App. Lord have mercy. We about to get a. I've been looking at some monitors. Hold on. Actually, War Master, I'm glad you're here because I want to show you some stuff that I found in my area, and I want to show it to you. And I want you guys to decide on what I should do. Give me 1 second. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio as always. War Master says, chicks are afraid of men like Kuda. Like chicks are afraid of men like Kuda is afraid of Xbox. So look, War Master, I was talking about it. When was I talking about this link? And one Play 5 and Party. When was I talking about this? Was it a show ago or 2 shows ago? Where you know how everybody got the sound, those sound bites? I'm trying to get the sound bite of turning on an Xbox or a PlayStation on my Roadcaster, because you know how it makes that beeping noise, and women are annoyed and repelled by that beeping noise. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Beep. Women don't like that beeping noise. That beeping noise of an Xbox turning on or a PlayStation turning on, that's the sound of happiness. That's the sound of happiness. You know they don't like you being happy without them. Shout outs to War Master starting off today's show right and righteous. Let's go. It's Player Talk. Catch up on these comments. More. Hold on, let's go.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master as always. Not the bane of their existence. Not the bane of their existence. Shout outs to Air. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to catch up. Shout outs to Air 1 Play 5. Yeah, man, if you're from the East Coast and stuff like that, you really don't have too much wiggle room to complain about women. It's either you gonna sink or swim. Because you ain't gonna last long if you complain about women. And I will say this. Women on the East Coast are the hardest to deal with. Women universal-wise are hard to deal with, but women from the Midwest, like Chicago, East Coast and stuff, the more north you go in America, they're harder to deal with. You know? Not the bane of their existence. Alright, hold on, y'all. I gotta catch up. Rumble is life. I gotta catch up. Hold on. Paul Hightower said, okay, Kuda, I like that explanation. That game spoke to me. Yeah, man, we game related, so I gotta give it to you guys straight lace, no chase. But see, this is the thing though. This is why you guys gotta know the criteria of what you want to be your lady, because reasonably your lady should push you. But if you have a woman around you saying, oh, you should be the CEO of something, and she never bought you a book, she She never like sent you a link. She never really kind of, really, she's really just trying to get you to be like another man and stuff like that. And you got to be careful with that, fellas, because there's nothing wrong with wanting best for yourself. But the thing is that a lot of women, if they can successfully change you, they would leave you. You know what I'm saying? If they can successfully change you, they would leave you. You know what I'm saying? Some women take pride in saying that I like my man, to be a certain type of way, and that's because of me, or I impacted or made a change in my man's life. And then you have other women that will leave you because of that, because they feel like they shouldn't make an impact on you more than you've made on them. But the thing is, fellas, is that you're dating a bunch of women, or you're cycling through women in the dating game. And the thing is that some women actually have dated great men. Some women have actually been in relationships with motherfuckers that give a damn about them. Some women have been with men that left them greater than when they found them. So sometimes you're going to run into a woman that's going to know how to talk to you, know what you like. You're going to run into women that's going to know what to say to you and stuff like that. But the thing about it is, you're going to have that sixth sense. You're going to have that, you're going to have that, discernment to say, okay, what is her motive? You got to be preemptive. What's going on, JR? You got to be preemptive. You got to know if she's helping you to be better for yourself, or she's helping you to earn more money because she know that she can break you. See, this is why a lot of women don't stay with simps long term, because when a woman is around a simp, or she's dating, or she's with a simp, like for example, look at Travis Hunter. Let me tell you what happens when a woman dates a simp. When a woman dates a simp that she can successfully get money out of, she understands his cap more than he does. You understand what I'm saying? Your woman knows if you spent more money on her that you shouldn't have spent. Or she knows that if you spend a certain amount on her, that you'll be taking a loss. You understand what I'm saying? Women can pick this up on you. And see, let me tell you something about an orbiter simp, or a guy that wants to date her, where he has a little bit more wiggle room. Because a guy can take a woman out on a date, and then, and then take a loss right there. And then what happens is that when he goes back to his house or his room and stuff like that, he's not around her no more. So it's really not evident to her that he took a L or overspent, or he gonna be, he might have to starve for a day or two because he spent that money on her, or he might not be able to go out with his homeboys because of gas and stuff like that. So he might have to spend a day or two in the house recharging or something like that, or whatever. So he gets a little bit more wiggle room, unless he made it painstakingly obvious on the date that she kind of hit his pockets hard. But guess what? When that's your woman, when that's your lady, that's an in-house thing. A couple days later, you might have an attitude with her because of this situation, and she wasn't worth it. And you like, damn, I overly rewarded her when I shouldn't have. Or she may know you felt some type of way, because guess what? She already counted your pockets. She just want to see if you're going to go to the ends of the world for her. Women run fucked up shit tests. And a lot of times, when you're in closer proximity to her, those shit tests, they get worse. And sometimes a woman will run a nuclear shit test on you and you don't even know it. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something in relationships. Women make sure to shit test you at the wrong time. Like, you would tell her, yo, I'm busy. I got this, that, and the third going on. I got a thing to turn in at work this month, and blah blah blah. And she will make sure that, oh well, I'm just gonna take this as an opportunity to think about myself and tell you that you're not paying attention to me. It's like, bitch, I can't pay attention to you right now. I just told you I got all of this shit going on. And anytime you got something going on, guess what? I'm cool with you. I make sure I'm a shoulder to cry on. I make sure you're not overly stressed. I make sure I don't go out of my way to stress you out. But they wait till you, nigga, they wait till the world's about to explode for you to stop what you're doing. You gotta stop and save. You gotta stop from saving the fucking world to tend to her goofy ass emotions. Look at all Tech World. You gotta stop what you're doing to make sure she's okay. And I'm sorry, a lot of the stuff that they do and put men through is really synonymous with dealing with a child. That child gonna cry because he wants his diaper changed, and they could care less about the outside world. Because see, when stuff happens to a woman, her world, she don't matter. She don't give a damn about the world. Her world. When she's sad, everything in her world is coming crashing down. When she's mad, everybody around her is supposed to be mad too. When she wants to go to sleep, like you could be sitting in the living room playing the game, doing your thing, listening to some music, enjoying your peace, and your woman is like, I want to go to sleep. I'm going to sleep right now. When your woman wants to go to sleep, she wants low key and high key. She wants you to go to sleep also. Because when she wants to go to sleep, guess what? She might want to cuddle. And you like, nah, I'm on the couch. I'm watching the game. I'm doing this. But when she wants to go to sleep, it's like in the back of her head, you should want to go to sleep also. And it's like, nah. I remember I used to sleep on the couch, and my girl would come to me and be like, she'd be offended. Like, why don't you go in the room and stuff like that? It's like, because I want to chill on the couch sometimes. I know, but it's offensive. It hurts me that you're not coming in the room and cuddling with me and even though I go to sleep sometimes, I expect you to come in the room and be there to cuddle with me and blah. It's like, God damn. And I get it. Sometimes I'm like, all right, let me, I know this is something that she likes. I'm not saying I'm sacrificing or anything. It's like, let me, be more conscious of that. A lot of women don't have tact. And this is why I'm telling you, as a player and a conversationalist, you have to have a mouthpiece. Have to have a mouthpiece. A mouthpiece is super important. It's super important. You know what I'm saying? Super important. Party says round 32. Come on, UFO, you gotta tag somebody in at this point. Shout outs to Insane One. Yeah, absolutely. Shout outs to Insane One. I'm glad Insane One's been coming through. JR says, because some of them just want you to give them free attention so they can reject you and you feed their ego, but some actually find you attractive. That's true. That's true. You said you always have to remember women find the overwhelming majority of men not to be physically attractive. The funny part is that their emotions contradict themselves because listen, a guy that likes her, that's ugly to her with a dad bod, She don't like him. But a guy that she's interested in, and he happens to have a dad bod, now it's attractive to her. You know what I'm saying? You know. Oh, Link, I got some. I meant to hit you up. I got some Japanese city pop I want to send to you. But shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Thank you so much for supporting the show. He said, hold on. I like women in cop uniforms. That's hilarious. Hey man, I mean, if you want to straight and narrow Chris G, you might want to date a cop, but them bitches are crazy. You might want to date like a specific type of cop, but them bitches are crazy. Date a security guard and just get her in a honest job later on. You know, once you get into your truck driving role and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because cops like to date niggas that break the law and shit. Cops like to date niggas that break the law and shit. You know. Shout outs to War Master. Rumble is for Xbox. Same green, same team. You did? Alright, let me catch up. Yo, I almost passed out when you said this. That sound is the bane of their existence. You said, oh my God, when a woman's wig fell off, that slippage, that oh my God. Oh my God. And she was cute too, War Master. That she's the type of girl that I go after. I like those sisters. Oh my God. Hold on, let me type in on YouTube the Xbox beat. Dang, it took them 7 seconds to get the Xbox beat. Hold on, I need to capture this sound, y'all. Cause you know how like Fresh and Fit and everybody be doing like the smoke alarm sound. Oh no, remember y'all was saying get the smoke alarm sound, which I'm gonna get, but I got one better for y'all. Here it goes. Oh, that sound is the bane of their existence. Hold on. Or the PlayStation sound, the beep. Now, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. The reason why I do like the new Xbox is all right. Hold on. All right, I had to go out and come back in. Now, the reason why I like the Xbox startup sound because you can hide it. But for some reason, when you click the PlayStation or the older Xbox sound, it's loud as fuck. I don't know why that beep ends up being the loudest thing. I don't know why that beep end up being the loudest thing on planet Earth when you don't want your lady to hear it. And it's a distinctive beep too. It's not like it's not like it's not like the fire extinguisher, the fire alarm beep. It's listen to this PS4 beep. Oh, oh, oh shit. Oh, they don't like that. Oh, it's thunderstorming out here, y'all. Hold on. They don't like that. They don't like that. They don't like that. Hold on. Y'all can't hear it? Hold on. Why won't this thing let me share? Hold on, y'all. Man, what the fuck? Alright, hold on, y'all. God damn. Alright. I'm having technical difficulties. Hold on. Let me go out and come back in. Y'all couldn't hear it. I'm really finna give up a slot on my roadcaster for a point 0.3 second beep, y'all. I don't give a damn. I will. You know? Hold on. Oh my god. Hold on, y'all. Oh shit. This shit ain't coming up. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna go out and come back in. This sucks. This sucks. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. All right, let me see if they'll come up. I'm working with broken equipment, y'all. This beep right here. This beep. This beep right here, bruh. This beep right here. Oh my god. I like the Xbox one though, cause you can hide the Xbox beep. You know what you gotta do though, fellas? You gotta get creative. You gotta get creative. Like you gotta sneeze at the same time. You gotta sneeze at the same time. A cheat. A cheat. You gotta sneeze at the same time. Shout out to Tech Rel in the building. Hold on, y'all. Oh my God. Hold on. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hold on. Her wig slipped off too. That's the funny part. I need to sit down and redo all my voice pads on my Rodecaster. All right. This 19-year-old chasing me around and ain't because of my resources. Yeah, yeah. Love is a little bit more pure when it's young to a certain degree. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Not a fart. A fart will hide the. You got a Dutch oven. You got a Dutch oven, your lady. It's always been that way, Techrel. Techrel said at this point, if a hoe breaks your heart, she did you a favor. Yeah. But a lot of dudes, they want their heart broken. They want their heart broken. He said, yep, shorty ran a shit test on me. And the next time she saw me, I had a new woman laugh my ass off. That's how you gotta do it. Especially if that woman's more attractive. You know? I ain't gonna lie, I have sent many women into a room to go read a book. You know? War Master said, I don't give a fuck what a bitch talking about. I go to bed when I feel like. An ex did that. An ex did that. Yeah, bro. And let me tell you something too. They gotta know that. They gotta know that. Cause listen, think about it like this, right? And you know this, War Master, right? Let's say if you went to bed every single time that she went to bed, she'll just start using that as a means to control you. And this is the thing, y'all. A woman would like they would like to have the idea that they can control their man. They would like to have that. In their head, they would like to have the idea that they can somewhat control you. But if she can confirm that she can control you, oh man, that shit is hell no. That's like giving the cat the piece of string. They don't want it no more. So they would like to think that they're in control of you being their man. But if she can actually confirm, like, hey, I can control this nigga, man, that shit the beginning of the end. And it's like what I told y'all, where a lot of husbands used to consult with pimps and be like, yo, I did something that I don't think that I should have done. And now she got this type of leverage. And she's already or has already lost a lot of respect for me. So how can I get that leverage back? You understand what I'm saying? How can I get that leverage back? Because see, now you gotta play mind games to get that fucking leverage back. Mind games that you shouldn't have to play to get that goddamn leverage back. So now, to a certain degree, and you don't find out until you 2 weeks past what she did, if you don't know how to backtrack that in your mind and start seeing where the hole in the boat, or the where your boat sprung a leak, you might, to a certain case, if she ain't all the way gone, and you can't redeem the little respect that she got for you, you might as well have to go get a new batch. probably better off just going to go get a new batch, bro. Because I'm telling you, that's the beginning of the end once you start to bend to what she's doing. You got to be able to check her that shit, you know? And honestly, they're giving you the keys because anytime she does something, she's been good or she's, not really, bugging or getting on your nerves and stuff like that. Yeah, go lay down with her. Reward her. She's telling you what to reward her with. You got a lot of women that are annoying, and you really can't give them what they asking for. They haven't earned it. Shout outs to Party Mari. Thank you, bro. It's some persona shit. It's some persona shit right here. You said Sega had the best startup sound. Sega! You couldn't hide it. Couldn't hide it. You could not hide that Sega sound for shit. You gotta play Donkey Kong, you know? Yeah, that beep is extra loud for some reason when you don't want it to be. It's like, damn, everybody's sleeping and that beep, it just wake everybody up. Niggas can sleep through a whole fire alarm beeping all night, but all of a sudden, once that PlayStation or Xbox cut on, everybody's awake. But you can hide the Xbox sound. Yeah, chick blew a gasket somewhere. Yeah, bro, I'm about to revolutionize that sound in this place. You know? Right. Yeah, honestly, yeah, don't hide it. You know? Yeah, quick beat. But I ain't gonna lie, I mean, you can literally hear that beat from the next room. You can hear that beat from the next room. A fart will hide the beat, but now you got the smell to deal with. You know? Warmaster said, same ex pissed me off. She didn't see me for 6 months, and I told her to find a new man. Well, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, unless she seems like she was annoying, but I ain't gonna lie. She hasn't slept. You know, she's not. If you haven't been in bed, and she has, for 6 months, she probably got a little bit of a point. You know. But some women gotta know that some women gotta know that you're just like that. You know what I'm saying? Some women gotta know that you're just like that, because if you're not like that and she know that you playing around, she know it's a negotiation. And she gonna try her best to manipulate you into doing it and negotiating it. Remember, I told you I've been, and this is one that I do with a lot of, and y'all should probably try this with your girlfriend if you haven't already caved into it. But run this as a male shit test if y'all ever get the chance on y'all girlfriends or a woman that you're interested in, even women that you're talking to. If you've been talking to her for a while, just be like, listen, if you are ever my girl or I'm your man or whatever, I'm not going to the store to buy you no pads. I'm not going to the store to buy you no pads. And watch, she gonna try to get you to do it, or But what if it's an emergency? Why she gonna try to all of a sudden create some type of emergency to get you to go to the store? No, I'm not bringing you no. I'm not getting you no pad. Nope. No Tampax. No nothing. No nope. Nope. Now some dudes will be like, "Oh, that's fucked up." Some dudes will be like, "Oh, you don't like your girl." Some dudes will be like, "No, I'm not buying you no damn pads. I'm not about to be running no pads through no fucking cashier. Hell no." And broads be dumb as hell. You know what's funny? You do know if you send your man to the store to buy you some fucking pads, he has every single right to go through the baddies lane. He got every single right to go through the baddies checkout. Because the signs are there. If you got a hickey on your neck and you went to the store and you bought her some pads, that motherfucking cashier girl, she gonna flirt with you. Oh, I can send him to the store for some pads too. So ladies, if you forcefully put your man in that position, you deserve to lose that nigga in an alternate universe. That's my excuse, y'all. I just start putting in an alternate universe behind everything, you know? Party said they don't hear their fire alarm battery low and have the and have no movement, but let that game beep go off. Yeah, they know the different frequency. It's like a different frequency to people. That shit wake people up for some fucking reason. Oh, when I was a kid and you cut on that PlayStation, oh my god, you had to turn the TV down on mute and then turn it back up. Man, my folks did not like me playing the PlayStation on their big screen. They thought it was fucking up the TV. I'm like, no. Big screen is the best. Man, what? Yeah, I can see that, War Master. Like if you like when you get off the road and stuff like that, and you back at home, you wanna get yourself situated, because you gotta mentally ease yourself into your home space. So I get that, but I also get where she's coming from. But if she's on you as soon as you step in the door, oh fuck yeah, I'm 100% with you. That would be annoying as fuck. That will be beyond annoying. Alright, let's get into some of the content. What the hell is O'Shea talking about? Hold on, y'all.
Well, the Golden State is the gold standard in a lot of things. Rampant crime, homelessness, skyrocketing cost of living, and a governor determined to stick it to the president however he can. They're now also the gold standard in unemployment.
The year is 1958, and my grandmother had a tough decision to make. Should she stay in Robeline, Louisiana, or should she leave? She was recently divorced and had 5 kids. So she decided the best thing for her future was to move to Los Angeles. Now, in her case, it wasn't such a bad decision because one of her sisters had already made the move. She felt confident that her and her family could basically move in and resettle. And Los Angeles provided a lot of opportunities for the Negro at that time, or Black Americans as we call them today. Number one, Los Angeles had a growing industrial base, just like many cities across the nation, but particularly Los Angeles, as well as shipyards, even in Oakland. Many people got jobs during that time in Oakland as well. These jobs beat the agricultural or tenant farmer jobs that most of our ancestors had in that time. 2, no more Jim Crow or racial segregation, although they would also meet that. And 3, most people came to California because of the military base, right? If you know anything about Sacramento, there was Lockheed in LA, Douglas Aircraft, shipbuilding, obviously the weather, but then you had newspapers that talked about all of the opportunities that were in the Midwest or out West. Publications like the Chicago Defender, but then the California Eagle, which was founded in 1879, and it was very influential for African American migrants considering California. And obviously, we know what happened with the redlining and many blacks coming to California and setting up shop. But we saw the building of black communities like East Oakland, West Oakland, Leimert Park, South Central, Compton, then of course San Francisco, with neighborhoods like Fillmore, Hunters Point, and of course Lakeview. But in the last 20 to 30 years, something is going on in California.
But the real problem is too much regulation, and taxes are just too darn high in California. That's what's driving companies out. It's also the quality of life. My goodness, I mean, you have all of this homelessness in San Francisco and Los Angeles, and crime to worry about, influx of illegal aliens. I've had enough of this. So people are leaving, businesses are leaving, primarily taxes being way too high, the cost of living's too high, real estate's too high, in large part because of regulations. Good luck.
As you heard, the gentleman is making some really good points. Tax.
Yeah, I'm seeing. That's why I kind of clicked it. And I'm like, okay, War Master's here. He probably knows. He said, O'Shea don't know nothing about redlining. Yeah, I'm really not familiar with quote unquote Del Paso Heights and stuff, you know.
This homelessness, crime, migrant influx, a lot of the businesses, and cost of living are pushing people outside of California, not just black people. But wait, there's more.
This house, that'll cost you $9,000 a month.
California's population is going down. Last year, 275,000 people left. That's equivalent to half the population of Wyoming.
Now, those prices are ridiculous in Southern California. Now, at the time that I was growing up in Sacramento, we would have people selling their houses, let's say, for example, in Oakland or Los Angeles, and moving to Sacramento where it was much cheaper, or moving to Fresno. This was an awesome strategy because they could take the money and profit from their old house in Oakland, go to Sacramento and buy cheaper, and it would still make about 95% or even 100% of their salary they made in the Bay Area or in Los Angeles. But now those things are starting to get worse. Not only are you able to just sell your house in Southern California and move up to Northern California as quickly as you used to be, because now the jobs are not paying what they used to pay. And again, the cost of goods and services are getting just extremely too high. And that is a problem. But as you heard, California right now has 5.5% unemployment in the state. And who would you believe that would affect the most? You guessed it, the black community. We've already heard that black women have lost over 300,000 jobs. So if you look at that unemployment gap, you must understand that black people are most likely affected the most, including black women. But there's something else also going on in the state.
Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, once a place built for and by black folks, is now run by a Mexican woman who is also the COO. Most of the staff cooking the food aren't black. That's not just a staffing change, it's a symbol. Because when the ownership, the narrative, and the profit leaves the hands of the people who created it, that's not cultural growth. That's cultural displacement.
California has been home to a whole bunch of stuff that black Americans have created. Look at your legendary places like Leimert Park, or Inglewood or establishments like Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. What has happened in California, in many places, is that now the Hispanics own Roscoe's, right? And now who do you have making the food there? Well, you have Hispanics cooking the dishes. And this is just not what's going on in just LA. It was happening even in the 90s. There was a restaurant called Jimmy's, okay? And it's on Grand Avenue. If you guys know about Jimmy's, it was across from 3B's. Used to be Heights Hair Fashion. The York family used to own that. Mark York and his dad used to own it. It was right by Allen Chapel, AME. Jimmy used to cook, some really, really good soul food. Unfortunately, he passed. Once he passed, you had an Asian family that bought Jimmy's. But what they did was they didn't change the name. They just kept the menu. And so you had these Asians cooking black people soul food. And to be honest, it wasn't really that good. It wasn't as good as it was with Jimmy's. But people were just supporting and kept going. And that's a trend that we see in the black community.
You said most black folks under 60 have no idea what redlining is. No business stays in the same ethnic group. O'Shea is going to work for minimum. Is O'Shea going to work for minimum wage, for fuck's sake? Yeah, I mean, and in Cali, it's spread out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Cali is a melting pot, but it is spread out. Which is the irony of it too, because like DC is spread out also, but it's segregated. And then New York also is somewhat of a melting pot, but it's spread out also and segregated, and it's a salad bowl. All three cities that I named, y'all, they're all would-be melting pots, but it's all different. You know what I'm saying? Like the way DC is, it's spread out, but it's somewhat of a melting pot, but it's a salad bowl. New York, everybody's kind of together, so it looks like a melting pot, but it's also still a salad bowl, even though people are mixing together. And then Cali is spread out, but it's also a melting pot. And this is what I mean when I say this, right? Because brothers and sisters in Cali, yeah, they might hang out in their respective parts of the town and stuff like that, but their culture. You know what I'm saying? Like a brother he'll know everything about tacos and El Pollo Loco and stuff like that because their culture. It's not rare to see a black ass dude in a Peruvian chicken spot. You know what I'm saying? It's not rare, And then he probably tell you too, I'm half Hispanic. In LA and in Cali, And the same thing in New York, black people going to the El Compadre, pay their phone bills and stuff like that. So they're cultured, but at the same time, because they mix in together, they're cultured, but at the same time, it's a salad bowl. Croutons over, it's not like a shook up salad bowl. Your croutons over here, your tomatoes over here, your eggs over here. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Wells Fargo. This to show y'all how old I am. Wells Fargo went from First Union. You wanna know how I knew it was First Union? Because I think that was like my first bank account. I think I got my first teenager bank account, or I was a kid. It was remember when Wells Fargo used to be called First Union? And then right before it was called First Union, then it went to Wachovia. It went from First Union to Wachovia to Wells Fargo. Cold-blooded. I'm mad War Master brought that up. Cold blooded. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, War Master. Listen, if in your travels, you got to look up this place called Sardines, or you can go to El Pollo Loco, or you can go to like Chicken Campero, I think it's called, and get you some Peruvian chicken, and it comes with this. Get both. It comes with this yellow or green sauce. Trust me, you can't go wrong. Oh shit, I haven't heard that name in a while. I forgot about Washington Mutual. Damn. I totally forgot about Washington Mutual. Dang. I haven't heard that bank name in a long fucking time. Because we got a lot of weird banks in DC. We got like some weird Cardinal Bank. Then we got like TD Bank. Do y'all know about TD Bank? You can bring your dogs in there too. They be having like the doggy bones and shit. There's another bank called TD Bank. And then there's like Cardinal. I haven't heard of Washington Mutual in a long time. Black people got some banks across America. Yeah, it's called. Oh my God, hold on, War Master. I'm doing you a disservice by not showing you this. Hold on. This is my favorite place in the DMV area, but I know they got them. Oscar Holloman said I need some more topics to talk about. I know they got hold on. Listen. If you ever get the chance, go to Sardines. This is where you gotta go. Fuck taking a hoe there. You gotta go there by your damn self and have big fun. This place right here, oh my God, Sardines. This is all Peruvian chicken, and you can get plantains and rice and beans. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. You get the fries with the plantain and the chicken and the, oh my God. But I gotta show you the sauce. Y'all make sure y'all listen. Tell them Kuda sent you too. Here's the sauces right here, but here's a yellow one, but you need the green one. Oh, here's the green sauce right here. Listen, y'all. Listen. Hold on. And you see the chicken going around on the damn rotisserie. Listen. Oh my God. They got other stuff there too, but the chicken, you'll be just stuck on the chicken forever. And it's called Sardines.
That the black community owned businesses in the original soul of the businesses is now gone away. Now, it's one thing to blame the Hispanics or the Chinese for that, or even in Harlem, I've heard about Dominican barbershop.
I remember when Showbiz and Roy Rogers went out of business. I cried. There was no ifs, ands, or buts, or almost. I cried. I boo-hooed. I used to love Shoney's. They replaced it with an Olive Garden. I was too young to understand what the hell was going on, even though Olive Garden is fire. But Which one went out of business? Is Chili's still in business? You got Chili's, you got another one, and you got Olive Garden. But anyway, when Shoney's went out of business, I cried. When Roy Rogers went out of business, I definitely cried. Did y'all know just last week, America Online actually discontinued their dial-up service? I thought they've been
coming to the black community and taking over your historical black American barbershops. In the case of this is our fault, all right? If we're losing our businesses to outsiders, it's because we just didn't keep it up. It's something that we've always done. It's something that we can't blame anybody else but for ourselves, all right? We've done this a lot. It's happened in almost every black community, and other people are starting to realize it, and that's the case. And partly, that is our fault, right? We got to do better. But this next thing is interesting because California, we are pretty good at electing black leadership to represent us, just like any other place. I'm a Californian myself. Look at Chicago. Chicago has who? Brandon Johnson as their mayor, all right? And so when you look at Brandon Johnson, he's black, he has a black wife. You elect Brandon Johnson as your mayor only because you believe that Brandon Johnson wants to behave in your best interest. Once he gets elected, however, something is different. This is the case with Karen Bass. Karen Bass definitely looks black American, all right, even though she was married to somebody that was a Latino. But when she wants to come out and vote, she appeals to the black American side of her identity, all right? But as it turns out, she has a Hispanic grandfather. But she will come out and she will basically show the world like, hey, I'm a black American. I'm the first black American female mayor of Los Angeles. But there's a problem.
Instead, she centers herself squarely in the black community, presenting as a foundational
I'm under the impression that black people will vote for anybody.
Black leader from South LA, and that raises hard questions. If her Mexican heritage is real and personal, why isn't it more present when she campaigns? And if she owes her political rise to black communities, black churches, black voters, black movements, why do her policies so often prioritize other groups?
I want to give a shout out to Scope News. He has a video called "There Are Barely Any Black People Left in California," and he makes a strong point here that basically one of the reasons why blacks are declining is because the people that we select to represent us obviously don't have our backs. This is the case with a lot of black Democratic leadership all over the country. We see it in New York City, we see it in Boston, we see it also in California. The people that we are looking to support us, they don't. Their interests are to other groups. So what happens is, if you're a person and you're for immigrants or for the migrants and you're giving tax dollars to migrants, but you're basically saying is, F you, the black Americans who are already at the bottom of society. This is another actual point. There's a brother named Web Rats on TikTok. He's a brother that left Maryland, okay? And he now lives in Panama. But he makes a very interesting point about living overseas.
Some people place that estimate as high as 69%. If you're African American in America, that estimate goes as high as 76%. So black Americans have less money than your average non-wealthy American. That means it costs more money for black people to live abroad. The reason why is because people see Americans as an opportunity to raise the prices usually. When they see Americans coming, that price could go from $50 to $100. It doesn't matter if you came to that country with $50,000 or $10,000. The price just went from $50 to $100 and you're paying that.
I want to bring up the reason why this is important. Number one, although he's not from California, but he's talking about something that's interesting. If you live
called inflation.
In America, and you don't earn a lot of money, and black Americans typically don't earn as much as other groups. Once gentrification comes into your neighborhood, or Once things start to rise, your spending power evaporates, okay? And California has a hell of a sales tax.
Stop right there. War Master said Democrats know black folks are easy to lie to. Most black folks will vote on skin color only. And it's also how they feel for that type of day, because any other day, this light-skinned woman would have been called a tether, and they would be questioning if she has like a different ethnic background. You know, is she Hispanic, or is she actually black, or is she...
So what costs you $50, it really hurts you if your income isn't going up, if taxes isn't going up, and all of the unaffordable things start happening around you. And that's exactly what happens in California, okay? And so what you found out is that it hurts them more than anybody else to stay afloat. And many people believe that the exodus of black Americans is on purpose. And this is why you see so many black Californians going to certain places. Like one of the biggest places that a lot of black Californians move to is Nevada, right? Especially brothers and sisters from LA. Brothers and sisters from LA moved to Nevada because there's like no state sales tax there. At a time, you know, Nevada is very close in proximity to LA. Okay. Some blacks from Northern California may move there. You find a lot of blacks now in Arizona. I think Arizona is also very similar with the sales tax, right? So it's close. The weather is comparable. It's close enough to Cali. All right. Then you see blacks moving to Texas. Okay, Texas is another one of those states that is huge, a lot of economic opportunity. You see that Florida, right? And then obviously the Georgia move with Atlanta. Let's go back to California. A lot of the jobs are leaving the state, okay? And so these jobs are going to places like Texas where it's cheaper to live, and then also you're making comparable money. So then what do? You're going to go there. And that's another thing I want to talk about. A lot of black Americans are moving to the South. Look at how some of the states in the South are wanting to compete. Look at Mississippi. Mississippi just came out with, I believe, not too long ago, 0% state tax. All right, so Mississippi, who's already like one of the poorest states in the union, is saying, look, we're going to reduce state tax to 0. All right, please come to Mississippi, develop Mississippi, create your opportunities in Mississippi. And so now the South is starting to compete for these black Americans, if they're talented, to say, hey, come live your life down here where you can do so. And the reality is that because blacks are just kind of being pushed out because of what's happening, and then with the immigration and the poor running of the state by Governor Newsom, it's sad, right? And the black identity is pretty much left. Like, when I was last back home, when I was growing up in the 90s in Del Paso Heights, it was a lot of blacks in Del Paso Heights, right? And it still is, but it's not like that anymore. You see a lot of Hmongs, Asian people, a lot of Laos, a lot of Hispanics. When we sold our house, we sold it to not a black person, a Hispanic person. You see Russians coming.
That's crazy. I never really met Laotian people until I came to Laos. War Master said O'Shea has no idea what he's thinking. Middle to high income. O'Shea should talk about what he knows.
Then I mean, it's crazy. The exodus is sad, and the thing is, it's eliminating part of our history and part of our culture. But a part of that was us not being prepared for it. And so now, places like North Carolina, where it has a big banking industry, blacks are going back down south. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy Shitty Jackson back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Drunk. For all you just heard.
I really don't know what the hell he was saying. Can somebody tell me what the hell he was talking about? I don't know what the hell he was saying. I'm just as lost. Now, speaking of blacks, Amanda Seales. Everybody's going on Amanda Seales. She had a goofball debate with like 20 conservatives on Jubilee. And I don't really want to play it because they say Jubilee be striking people. And she got a show up coming. I've heard a lot about Amanda Seales, but I don't know what the hell is going on. Take a listen to this.
We don't get to the root of the fact that we're killing each other at a higher rate than any other race. It is self-hatred amongst us. I believe that we can do that. That my mom's cousin, coming from the church parking lot, and guess who stuck her up and robbed her at gunpoint? A black man.
I'm not debating. And the irony about this was that it's not that I didn't know how to debate, it's that I just chose not to debate. And I was dealing with people who are deeply affected by indoctrination and by self-hatred.
I thought they were going to culinary art school the way they were cooking Amanda Seales on that Jubilee show. This video is brought to you by TatumStore.com. TatumStore.com, so make sure you check out our store. Put capital with an AL, capital 20 to get 20% off. Get you one of these shirts today. Support what we're doing at the Capitol building. When I say support, meaning wear your support. And so you can show these leftists that it is appropriate and it's reasonable for us to protect the Capitol and make it safe again. So get you one of these shirts today, 20% off. And also we have a whole bunch of other bundles that we're doing. So go on and visit TatumStore.com. What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to another episode. Amanda Seales got cooked. Okay, we all saw that. At first I thought it was a cooking show. I thought they were going to culinary art school the way they were cooking Amanda Seales on that Jubilee show. And of course, I'm not just saying this because I don't like Amanda Seales, which is true. I really don't like the way she presents herself. I don't like her arguments. I don't know her as a person, but she seems insufferable. However, she did get cooked. Her audience is acting as if she did a good job. Now, she responded to the cooking session, and I'll play that clip here in a minute, but I didn't have a chance to play everybody that cooked her. And I think that there were so many people that had such an incredible take on conservative values in comparison to the liberal nut job, which Amanda Seales really is. So I want to play two clips. They're not going to be long. I want to play two clips of a young lady and another young man that literally cooked her even more. And then I want to play her response to it. And then I want to show you guys the responses from two of the individuals who actually went on the show and given their reaction to who she really was in person behind the scenes. So I think you guys are going to be entertained by all of this. But let's first start with the clip of the young lady who did a little bit of cooking.
So I think I'm coming from a place, and I guess my issue is having had my biological father murdered by a black man, having had my cousin shot in the head by a black man. We can talk numbers and statistics and what the people are doing and what the white man is doing and all that, but at the end of the day, I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can attest to this, and I'm not saying that there are not other factors, but we know that we kill each other at a disproportionate rate than any other race. Now, why we do that and why 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other black men, whereas the likelihood of a black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year, we know that we kill each other at a higher rate. So I'm not debating that there are not factors at play, but because I've lived the experience as a black woman losing my father to be murdered by a black man, walking down the street,
by the way.
No worries, thank you. But walking down the street in inner cities and different things, knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white officer, we gotta be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the south side of Chicago? Are there even white men around to rob and rape you at the same rate that there are black men?
There are white men around.
At the same rate?
There wasn't a lot of black people in there, but then that doesn't justify the fact that we're destroying each other. So even if we get to the root, like
we can agree on that,
okay, because I feel like a lot of times liberals
justifies,
will argue like, well,
I'm not
the
a
white
liberal.
people are killing
I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, I will say that people that sometimes have your stance that are against conservatives, maybe, they have this claim that they're making it up, they're making up the numbers. We know that we do that to each other. So I want to get to the root of the issue. Why are we killing each other?
I
think the root of the the issue is we've lost our values and we've lost our resilience as Black people. We sit there and we talk about what the white man did and we talk about slavery and everything like that, but we have no self-accountability and say, you know what, at the end of the day, that is my Black grandmother, that is my Black sister, you are my Black sister, and you know that a Black man is more likely to rob you or commit some type of crime against you, and that's what we need to get down to the issue of. And like you were talking about earlier, like, hey, well, what's going on? You know, what do you think the answer is to one of the brothers that were speaking? I think it's the breakdown of the family. I think, like he said, because of our poor choices, and what happens is we look at domestic violence, for example. When domestic violence, women or men are even attacked, what is the first thing we say? It's like, you know what, it's not your what? It's not your fault. So that's what we do. We hold on to this narrative that, well, it's not our fault, and the issues in our community are not our fault, and the white man needs to give us something, the old white lady down the street is looking at me, and I don't know why she got braids in her hair, and we focus on all these other stupid things that don't matter. We don't get to the root of the fact that we're killing each other at a higher rate than any other race. It is self-hatred amongst us. I believe that we can do that, that we, my mom's cousin, coming from the church parking lot, and guess who stuck her up and robbed her at gunpoint? A Black man.
I need you to get to the point,
like,
so
my
I can
point
respond.
is that no, and I'm not trying to be funny, unless like you said, we're gonna keep it respectful.
Yeah, but you're monopolizing the whole conversation.
I'm
We're
not trying.
being
Okay, I'm
able
gonna let
to-
you speak, but let's not.
I thought she had. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Don't all races against each other have an 80% death rate? He said only Black folks worry about skin color and correlated to skin color. They are both feminists. Facts. They are definitely both feminists. And apparently only Black men kill people. You caught on to that, right?
Had a lot of incredible things to say, and I think she make a valid point. Like, why don't we take accountability and say, no, it's our responsibility for our communities to be better. It's our responsibility to reinvest in our communities. It's our responsibility that we're teaching our young people to hate each other. We don't have to kill each other at the rate in which other people are, because white people kill each other at about 80%, and we kill each other like 98%. And we kill more white people twice as much as white people kill.
This is the thing though, when crime is down in the Black community, they manufacture crime. It's a well-oiled machine.
Black people in this modern era. So why is that? Let's take accountability. Let's take some type of inventory. Just like at your own house, you got to say, as a father, if things are not going right in my house, what am I doing? How can I be a better father? How can I be of assistance to my wife? How can I be a better dad to my children? How can I do X, Y, Z? It's an accountability thing. Now, there's another video for a young man, I think did the same thing. And these are incredible. I can't wait to get to her response so you can see what she said about it.
Look at rap. Look at what we're glorifying.
You're right.
We're glorifying violence.
Who's we?
Black community.
Who controls the distribution of these sources of media?
And who takes it in?
And
who takes it in?
Listen, if you're okay, so let me put it in this context. If I have a company, right, and you guys are my employees, and I determine what you get to eat every day, that's also going to determine how you exist in this company, right? Like if you come to work and I say the only thing you can eat is processed foods and fried foods, and you're not going to get to have the best vegetables, etc. What's that going to affect? Your health. That's going to affect your ability to operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable as we want to be, all of our brains also don't operate the same way. Some of us are much more apt to be indoctrinated than others. That's a fact. There is a 1% of people that knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men that's about advertising, etc. And if we don't acknowledge multiple things at the same time, then we simply cannot stop it. We can be as accountable as we want to be. And I hope that if you're right, because I hope you're right, I wish that it was a situation where if Black people could just be accountable, then nothing else would matter. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, because we have seen when we have Black Wall Street in Tulsa and we have Black Wall Street in Durham, that when we actually do hold our own and build our own communities, they will still come and run it down.
Again, no accountability. What do you mean? I wish it was true that we built our. They still burn it down. They didn't burn down Black Harlem. They did have a race conflict in Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but that was a mutual combating situation where white people ended up just beating black people. Allegedly, there was an issue on an elevator that turned into a conflict between black and white people.
Bro, they used bombs in Tulsa, Oklahoma. What are you talking about? They used bombs. What is he talking about?
Black people fired the first shots, killed several white people. Then white people came from other areas into Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it became a race riot. During the race riot, a lot of black businesses got destroyed, but they built it all back a year or two later. And so there's no justification to say that it was permanently destroyed. Black people did have an opportunity to build their stuff back. Black people do have an opportunity to do and take accountability for their issues today. This whole victim mentality. It's a system in place. If I had a business, the employees, if I only let you eat this, no, that's not true. This country is built on capitalism. So that means the consumer desires a product, and some people facilitate the product for the consumer. They don't make you listen to rap music. People love that type of music. For instance, like I can't make people eat vegan yogurt. If they don't want vegan yogurt, I can't force vegan yogurt down people's throats. Now, there can be a propaganda arm of me spending billions of dollars to advertise vegan yogurt, and maybe some people will be susceptible of using it. But bro, let's keep it real. That's not rap music. That is an outlet for black people to either continue down the path of destruction or exacerbate or explain the path of destruction that they're already doing, which means that a person is either expressing what is going on in the community in form of rap, and then people are consuming it and regurgitating it back and forth. It's like a cycle. I see drama, I promote drama, I consume drama, I create drama, I promote drama, consume it, create it. And all the people at the top of the industry is doing is saying, I have the financial means to put Lil Yachty out there and make Lil Yachty go as far as the people want him to go. They like you, Lil Yachty. I can pay for Lil Yachty to get on a stage in a concert, and I'll make money off of people loving him. Let's put this in perspective. Like, we know that people of our color perpetuate this violent theology, but we're not the biggest consumers of the violent theology, to be quite honest. White people consume it, but they don't have to be connected to it. That's the biggest difference. They listen to it, it's entertainment to them. When it comes to black people, it's black people's real life, things that black people are going through. And if we continue to perpetuate this idea, we're exacerbating what we come through, elevating what we come through, giving a presentation to white people who listen to the music more that this is the reality that we live, and it's not true. All right, let's listen to Amanda Seales respond to this.
By now, many of you all have seen my episode of Surrounded, one black radical surrounded by 20 black conservatives. And I know everybody who watched it has many thoughts. Someone in the comments did say, wow, it's a shock that Amanda Seales didn't know how to debate. And at first I was offended by that. And I was like, what video did you watch? And then I actually watched the whole video last night with the SEAL Squad. And I realized, oh yeah, I'm not debating. And the irony about this was that it's not that I didn't know how to debate, it's that I just chose not to debate. Because the claims that I stated are not up for debate. Reparations are deserved for everyone who is the descendant of chattel slavery, as well as a number of other injustices, particularly in the United States, that have been supplanted upon Black Americans. Black on black crime is not real. It's a concept that was created to further the ideology that black people are somehow less civil, that we are savage, that we are less human, and thus require more policing, needing to be sequestered. The continued proliferation of black on black crime as an actual real concept is actually black on black crime. It is the weaponizing of black people against black people. Systemic racism is not up for debate.
Right, and that's the thing, War Master. I don't like when they use that. What the hell was Christopher Columbus listening to when he came over here? Was he listening to Yo Gotti? Was he listening to Yo Gotti?
It is what it is. And lastly, no. Black conservatism does not make any concessions or room or care for the working class. Actually, the concept of black conservatives is literally an oxymoron. When I walked into that room and I saw the people that were there and how many of them were young people, I didn't want to debate them. And I was dealing with people who are deeply affected by indoctrination and by self-hatred. I wanted to show them the ways in which they had been misled to being able to show up for themselves and for their people. And of course, they're only a portion of this project. The true audience is not who you're debating, but who's watching and trying to get information and concepts to them that are being actively impeded. And that felt far more valuable than just being right.
I don't know what's worse. Her actual performance at this debate or challenge or conversation, or her response to it. She's doubling down on stupidity. You know, this is one thing that's very, it could be, well, I'm past the point of being a baby, you know, like a baby Christian. I'm past the point of being a baby conservative, right? I'm sick of these people. Like, I think some of these people will never grow up. But there are people that are on the fence that if they heard Amanda Seales debate and they heard the other black conservatives, they may be like, oh, wait a minute, they actually do make points. Or maybe some people agree with Amanda Seales. But the fact that Amanda Seales cannot see through the bull effery that she's propagated in her mind is beyond me. I mean, just think about this for a minute. She literally, out of all of those conversations, she took nothing from it. She don't think there's anywhere where she can improve in what she's saying. And she claims that every black person from chattel slavery deserves reparations. Well, you know, you guys have been waiting for reparations for hundreds of years now. Like, at what point are we going to say, we need to now find a different path than expecting this check to come out of nowhere that's going to somehow revive our existence? Because even the thought of reparations for black people as some substantive, a gift that will elevate black people out of all of the things, or even some of the things that black people are going through, is a complete foolish myth. Because wealth is not cash. And let me explain what I'm saying. Just because you have $100,000 in your bank account does not make you $100,000 richer. And the reason I say that is because a person can go right now with $100,000. And if we gave every black person $100,000, that'd be like $40 trillion. So, you know, I think I did the math on this. Maybe it's not 40 trillion, maybe it's 4 trillion. If you give every black person $100,000, you go and buy a new car. That's $30,000 to $50,000 right there. If you are like a pretty sizable amount of black people, you're probably gonna go buy a nice car. So you can buy a Mercedes or a Bentley or one of these high-end cars. I mean, you just spent half of your $100,000 right there. If you're not the person that will spend money like that, what are you gonna do? Buy a house? If you don't buy a house, you're not managing your $100,000 properly. So you have to invest in something. You either, as a black person, for reparations to make sense, every black person needs to have a financial advisor that invests their $100,000 that they get from the government. Because being a consumer with $100,000 is not going to help you do anything greater than where you already are presently at. You give some money to your family members, you go to a nice vacation, you done spent $30,000, $40,000 right there. That's in the first 30 days you didn't have the money. And $100,000, like I said, to every black person, like $4 trillion. We can't even afford to do that anyway if we try. So regardless of that, she's completely a nut. So there's two other clips that I want to show you guys if you want to stay tuned. ABL responds to his experience arguing with Amanda Seales or doing a debate with Amanda Seales. And the other young man, I don't know his name. If y'all find his name, put it in the comment section. But he also explains, you know, a little bit about his experience with Amanda Seales. And I think it was pretty interesting.
The truth is, in my Amanda Seales debate, she was the worst Jubilee surprise guest probably that they had. She was the stereotypical black woman. She was angry. She was nasty. She threatened to have people removed off. There was one
40 quadrillion
black conservative who's known, who was removed because she yelled at people several times. She threatened about 5 or 6 times. She was a diva. 6 or 7 times she threatened to leave. Now, I'm thankful for the opportunity, thankful for getting to sit down with her. I respect her for what she's accomplished. But as a person, I have no respect for her. She was very disrespectful to me because I believe I destroyed her in my first, to start off, and she didn't want to talk to me again. And I wouldn't want to talk to me because she can't beat me in a debate. A real debate where she's not yelling, she could not beat me because the facts are on my side. I don't care how much they lie and try to act like they aren't. I love black people and I love myself. But you know, if you're black and you have a difference in opinion in the black community, you don't love yourself, and you're, because we're the only race they can't have. But that's the truth. She was the worst Jubilee guest celebrity person there was, and none of the black conservatives liked her at the end. Like Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, all the conservatives, respectful. They treated other people's opinion with respect, not her.
So this is me on the episode of Jubilee, 20 Black Conservatives versus 1 Black Radical, featuring Amanda Seales. Now, a lot of y'all are asking me, hey, ABL, how was your experience? How was Amanda Seales? All this, that, and the third. First things first, shout out to Jubilee. They're very, very professional. We shot this back in June of this year, 2025, in Los Angeles. So it was a Hollywood-style environment, and it was very well choreographed as far as the format. But what was not choreographed was our responses. Whatever you heard came straight from us. There was no coaching from Jubilee at all. And shout out to everybody who I met when I was there. Very, very impressive. That was the highlight for me. Everybody who I met, all the conservatives, because 10 years ago, this wouldn't have been a thing. This many of us on TV getting exposure, it wouldn't have been a thing. And it most certainly was unheard of back in 2002 when I was 18 years old. So shout out to everybody who I met when I was there. Amazing. Now, Amanda Seales.
Shout outs to ABL. Now he tells the truth about Amanda Seales, how she did what all the girls do. All you gotta do is watch the whatever podcast and you see what they do. She threatened to go home.
What was my experience like with her? First thing first, let's go back. She was actually a child star on Nickelodeon, if you didn't know, and her moniker back then was Amanda Diva. And when she came into this set, I saw some of the diva energy immediately. First of all, you got a big, huge security guard. I'm 6'3", this guy is way above me, dwarfing me. And she had like a cup of coffee and an iPad for some reason. We could not have our phones, but she had an iPad. I don't understand why, but I saw the diva energy immediately. And her tactic throughout the entire time was, if she got back into a corner and they got a little bit heated with the back and forth, she would threaten to leave. She was doing that at the very beginning. If you saw the clip, she was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. So right then, she was trying to set boundaries to say, okay, don't interrupt me, don't cut me off, but she would cut you off and interrupt you and it'd be totally fine. So it was hypocritical. Also, there was a point where she was trying to say, oh, well, since you're an immigrant or the son of immigrants, you can't speak on Black American issues. Meanwhile, her mom is from Grenada. So it was like, you're the exact thing you're trying to say, can't talk about Black American issues, yet here you are talking about Black American issues. And then back to the whole diva thing. The reason why they probably call her a radical versus a liberal is because she probably requested that. There were certain times where we would say, well, we as conservatives don't do what you guys do over there on the left. I'm not a leftist, I'm not a liberal. It's like, okay, whatever you want to call it. Radical, leftist, liberal, all the same thing. You're talking about Gaza, trying to help them. We don't care about that. We care about us here in the US of A. So she wasn't a terrible person. I tried to be nice and have some kind of decent communication with her. I gave her a fist bump at one point. So she wasn't terrible, but just being able to talk to her and having conversations about these kind of things, it was pretty insufferable. But I hope y'all enjoyed it.
All right, I hope you guys enjoyed that video. I thought it was very interesting. Amanda Seales is a nut job, and she's the epitome of what I think Black people should overcome. Right? We shouldn't be like Amanda Seales. We shouldn't have that victim mentality. You cannot wait the rest of your life hoping and praying for a miracle to happen. You can't waste your life waiting and saying, I'm gonna stand still until the government finally do me right. I'm gonna stay here until the systemic racism finally ends. First of all, it don't exist, so you're gonna be waiting for the rest of your life and you're not gonna be productive. So Amanda Seales is the epitome of what Black people shouldn't be. Comment in the comment section, let me know what you think about it. Also join my Substack. Tatum Report on Substack. Also follow the Tatum Report YouTube channel. We're trying to rebuild Tatum Report. I really want to recreate what we had before. Some of you guys are new to me, so you are new to follow me, so you don't know what we did. We had Tatum Report running. We had articles written. We had writers. We had everything. We were employing so many people. I think I employed about 20 people just with the Tatum Report at the time. And in business, it didn't work out, man. Times got rough. I had to divert money from Tatum Report to build other endeavors, and now I want to bring it back. And I think we can. I think it's a necessary time in history. I want to get a lot of Black conservatives who have voices to be able to express themselves on the Tatum Report platform and others. But I do want to just make this something again. So go and support by following the Tatum Report.
Tatum is trying to gain back some of his cool points, not be called a coon. Now hold on now. I know y'all gonna kill me, but hold up. I know he said something about it. And this was years ago.
By the way, stop fucking saying that I'm a non-foundational Black person. Y'all keep trying to come up with ways to undermine the validity of my voice, and I'm really tired of it. I was born in America. My mother is from Grenada. My father is from Boston. I am the descendant of chattel slavery in the West Indies and in America. I don't need to keep explaining this, but I'm gonna do it this one last time because I'm really fucking tired of it. I'm also a fucking genius. So there's a couple different reasons here why I should be listened to. 1, because I'm smart like a motherfucker. 2, because I am the descendant of ancestors who have been through the traumas that we are trying to undo right now. And 3, because I'm an authentic motherfucker and I speak from the heart every goddamn time. Now, anybody who's got something to say to me about otherwise can go suck a bag of dicks. Because your point of view has no merit because it is not grounded in anything foundational, Black or...
Oh my God. All right, let's fast forward this to today. Seems like she kind of cleaned it up a little bit.
Lives, Brother Najee, Mika, Jess, Percy Earl, Zonos, FBA Law, Cicely Tyson, MRK, the Black Vanguard in the building, the Black Receipt, Lilo Me, Jasmine, Rhonda, C. Lou, Randy Highland. We got Mr. Shouted P, Rashonda. We got X Saturn X. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Soul Food.
Yeah, I used to call it tether talk, but the correct term for War Master is tether babble. Tether babble
In the building, and we got Diavion in the building. Much respect to you. Miss Skyline, I see you too. So again, everybody give me that retweet. Let folks know that we are indeed live now. So what I want to talk about first, family, I want to talk about this video of Amanda Seal that's been circulating. Amanda Seals. She was on some YouTube channel. I forgot the name of the channel, but she was debating a bunch of conservatives. She debated a bunch of conservatives, several Black conservatives, and many people are talking about the debate. And many people were pointing out that a lot of her talking points sounds like it comes from the foundational Black American grassroots. She was and Amanda Seals, she's part Caribbean, from what I know that her family's from Grenada. I think her mother is, and I think she said her dad is from Philly, so her dad might be FBA. I don't know. That's just what I think. But we know that she was really repping Grenada heavy. She was repping that Caribbean lineage for a long time. And in fact, for many years, she low-key has been kind of denigrating our lineage and denigrating the idea of delineation. She said a lot of problematic things in the past, You know, I've had some issues with her. She's had issues with me. A lot of stuff going on. But a lot of people are now pointing out that when she's debating these black conservatives, and many of them, these black conservatives, some of them were non-FBAs. There was one guy who was like an Angolan. His family was from Angola. And it was just tether shit. They were doing what we call them out for doing. These non-FBAs come over here and they get these white supremacist talking points under the banner of being right wing, but it's really white supremacy. So they come over and have these anti-FBA talking points. And they try to denigrate our lineage. So she low-key kind of checked them on that. She low-key kind of checked them on denigrating Black Americans and this lineage. And it's going viral. So a lot of people are trying to see if she's coming from a genuine place, or is she acting like an opportunist because the foundational Black American Renaissance movement is so popular right now. This is what's hot right now. This is the wave right now. So many people are talking about delineation and talking about the foundational Black American identity of our lineage. A lot of people are getting on it, that's good, but is it genuine? So I think that's the question that a lot of people have. Was that debate performance, was it an echo or was it an evolution? You know, it was championing reparations to a certain degree from what I understand. I haven't seen the whole thing. I think it highlighted Black American exceptionalism. And again, a lot of the talking points seems like she's been secretly listening to the foundational Black American grassroots. And is this genuine or is it clout? Yeah? Is it a performance or is it a pivot? You know, a lot of people, they want to know because, let's be real, Amanda has had some problematic views in the past. She's kind of said some little slick stuff. She's said stuff about us getting, Black Americans need to stop getting Jordans and get passports, little slick stuff like that. Just a lot of problematic behavior. And a lot of people are asking and they're trying to figure out, is this like could this be a Democrat co-op playbook? Because, see, there's a historic precedent for these political parties, like the Democrats especially. They'll get their operatives and place them into grassroots movements so they can absorb the lingo and then later sway the narrative and then redirect the momentum. So some people might be asking, is Amanda being positioned as a mouthpiece to lure foundational Black American identifying voters back on that Democrat plantation? Because, she does that hardcore Democrat thing. Yeah? People got genuine questions here. These are genuine questions. I'm not saying that she's not sincere. I don't know, but we got the streets are asking questions. A lot of people, here's the thing, a lot of people are embracing the lineage. They're embracing a lot of foundational Black American coded language. You see? When the delineation was still bubbling, a lot of voices out here, they were either silent or they were antagonistic. So are they truly waking up, or are they just riding the cultural wave because now it's popular? Because everybody's talking about our lineage now. Everybody's talking about foundational Black Americans. That is a major hot topic. And a lot of people know if you start talking about foundational Black American, you get clicks and views. You will get traction. You understand? Because the grassroots has forced a national conversation. You understand? Our thought leaders and grassroots voices, people try to mock these voices now there's a major shift. This is a topic and it's not going nowhere. This is a thing. This is an acknowledgement. You see? And we got to be very, careful, because now the Democrats, we know that they lost because of the delineation movement. The Democrats got washed because we delineated. So now their strategy, I'm telling you, we know that the Democrat strategy is to basically come on in and use some of the language that we use, and they'll say reparations this, because now they can't mock and ignore reparations no more. You can't do that. So they can't HR 40 us to death either, because we're looking at paperwork, we're looking at everything. The minute they say, oh yeah, we got a bill to study reparations, oh no. We ain't looking for no study bill. We need them tangibles. We need you to break bread. Okay, we'll be back with another bill with some more language in it that's different. So they're playing that game. But the thing is, that whole thing where Amanda was, quote, debating conservatives, that plays well for optics, because it allows her to appear radical while staying in those liberal boundaries, though. You dig? So that's like a classic media tactic. You engage just enough to seem progressive, but do you really, really threaten the system? That's a question, not saying she is or she isn't. Are you really trying to threaten the system? We got a lot of people trying to get on early. Let me get some folks in here early. Let's get Brother Terry in here. Terry, hop on in. Mr. Terry, hop on in, chime in. That'd be great. What's up, Yoshi? I see you. Afro Elite, I see you. All right. Waiting on Brother Terry to get it together. And while waiting on Terry, let's get Davian.
Hey, shout out to the FBA family. What's going on with your flex?
I'm good, brother. How are you, D?
Man, I'm doing real well, man, out here in Vegas, man. So my point of it is, man, it's not about looking at whoever has any opinion outside of the FBA family, man. If she really gives a damn, in due time, she'll come around, but we shouldn't put our focus on her opinion or her, even if it is in our best interest. Right. Because she's not consistent enough. Today she may be with us, but damn it, tomorrow she should be back against us.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't focus primarily on what she has to. It's like, okay, cool. That was cool. You called him out. Great. But that don't mean you're going to come to the party, the picnic, or the barbecue. You dig what I'm saying? And one more thing, Flex, if I can, before I land my plane.
Go ahead, brother.
I don't know if you touched on that Vlad thing. I really, really want to hear your perspective on that. I've been off the platform for the last couple of days, so I don't know if you touched on that, but I just seen it earlier today. Don't know if you did or not. If you did, I'll look at some older videos.
So they're saying that Vlad, Vlad just kind of got himself out of hot water with Lord Jumar and the whole Farrakhan thing, and then they said Vlad said some more racist shit. Apparently, Vlad said some more racist shit.
But if not, if you can later on in this tap in, that'd be great. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, with the Vlad thing, this Vlad thing is kind of bubbling because Vlad did, he was interviewing somebody, and then Vlad brought up Foundational Black Americans, kind of saying it was racist, something to that effect. So I kind of heard it late last night after I did my main broadcast. And again, Vlad called me the other day, just kind of called me out the blue, and with Willie on the phone, and Vlad was kind of explaining. I'm like, oh, what did you say, Vlad? He was like, well, I said some things, and there's a lot of backlash because I said something, and then people don't. So I thought I'd call you. I'm like, man, what'd you say? You said some bullshit. So he was getting in front of it by calling me, and So I said, okay, look, let me see what's going on, and we'll figure something out. Let's see what you didn't say, what you doing. Good Lord. You know, people are losing their minds out here. People are really losing their minds because we're delineating. People are really losing their minds because, see, that's a power move. I'm telling you, it's a major, but that's a power move to delineate. But before I get into that, let me get my sister Empress in here. Empress, what's up, beloved?
Much love to my brothers to Ricky. Love you. You know what the moment is in today, right?
Maybe. You're breaking up, beloved. You're breaking. Okay, hold on, Sister Empress. Yeah, break. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have you back up, beloved, because it was breaking up. It was sounding very robotic, and I really wanted to hear what you had to say, but it was sounding a little robotic. So I'll try to get you back a little later when you get your phone together. But I definitely want to chop it up with you, beloved. We need your energy.
He said, "Black folks on the eternal quest to find." Bro, it's like they're just waiting for somebody to say something borderline racist. It's like it ain't even no borderline, bro. It's just straight up racist. That's racist.
Let's get Dre's. Let's get Dre's in here. Brother Dre's 3 times.
Rick, just want to shout out to you. And I also want to say, Tariq, I don't know how you deal with the bush meats, with the revenues, with all these weird ass dudes that call up constantly disrespecting FBA heritage all the time. So I just want to shout out to you, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Man, much respected. You know what it is, man? These folks call up, and I don't mind. I have them up. I let them say what they got to say because they can't really debunk anything. They can't reframe our lineage. This is the new norm. So a lot of them, I think, is entertaining to watch them try to cope with the fact that this is a major delineation movement and they can't really do anything about it. So a lot of them just start doing tether shit, which is just lying. That's like their natural instinct. I'm talking about those who don't respect the lineage anyway. They just start lying incessantly. So we're used to that. That makes them look bad. You see? Because that's not changing the Renaissance. There's a major Renaissance right now, as you know. And a lot of these folks are upset because it has spread very quickly. People are talking about it online heavily. It's a hot topic. People are recognizing and getting on board with recognizing our unique foundational Black American lineage. And they're confused about that. They were like, why is this shit growing so fast, nigga? The thing is, man, lineage-based justice is basically, it replaced broad Pan-Africanism. You know, people are realizing that Pan-African solidarity, that failed to produce any real tangible results for us, for Black Americans. And, you know, unlike these ethnicity-based immigrant groups who gain benefits as a collective, we've been denied tangibles and recognition due to these vague-ass racial classifications. So now, man, the foundational Black American Renaissance, it is laser focused on lineage-based justice. So we've created a sharp, actionable political demand that just resonates. It's resonating. Let me get my brother Black Alpha in the building. Black Alpha in the building.
My good brother, how you doing, family?
I'm good, Black Alpha. How are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing good out here in Georgia, brother. I just want to make a few statements, family. I appreciate the space, by the way, fam.
Thank you.
The main thing I want to say to everybody, though, is that it's apparent that foundational Black Americans we the #1 headlines in the United States of America. We make the news everywhere. And if you get on TikTok, apparently across the world, because they talking about us in Scotland and villages in Africa, everybody's got something to say about FBA.
Yes.
And I think now, brother, with this Amanda lady and a couple of other, fake spokespeople, I think now we're getting into the stage of if you can't beat them, join them.
Right.
That's what I really believe. Because think about it. This time last year, everybody had something very disparaging to say about FBA. Now I'm starting to see people trying to spin it, and it's false. I don't believe none of these people for 1 second, but they know they got to flip tactics. And the reason why we're so powerful right now is because I don't remember the last time there's ever been a lineage movement. Never. Most movements, or whatever people want to say, so-called, their political parties, their ideologies, their groups, their organizations. This is a lineage-based movement. So we're going to start to see more people fraudulently try to get on the right side. And I'm going to say something that a bunch of 80s babies, 70s babies, 90s babies may remember. And it used to be, you ain't got to lie to kick it. FBA all day, brother.
Yeah, my brother. Yes, indeed. So yeah, a lot of people there. Beat them, join them. That's the mindset. What's up, Cape? Cape Crusader?
Tariq Nasheed, leader of the FBA. Perhaps I too could be FBA one day. I too could be. Oh, how I pray that I too could be FBA. Tariq,
are we doing a
will you tell me
we doing
yay or nay? Oh, how I could be FBA.
Okay, so we're doing poetry slams. All right. Look up to the ground. There's a helicopter in the sky. They're dropping off Red Cross rice. I will no longer die. I got me some bush meat, and you are now going to be the holder. When I fry these ostrich eggs, I hope I don't get Ebola. Thank you so much. There you go. Poetry slam. All right. Poetry slams, but thank you so much, Kate. All right. Since you want to do a poetry slam. All right.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you gotta split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I gotta get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax, because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomust's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
It's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
I think Govin going to jail.
All right, hold on, guys. Now, Myron, let's see what Myron got to say. Myron actually chimed in, and YouTube was supposed to tell me, but it didn't. Let's see what Myron had to say about Amanda Seals.
This is, here's a couple other things I want to talk about as well. So, the guy that was the whistleblower on what's going on in Israel, look at this, guys. Check this out. Cover some quick stories before we get into the main one.
At around 9 a.m., I got a phone call from the Special Forces Association
Today, at around 9 a.m., I got a phone call from the Special Forces Association parachute team, of which I was a part of. We did demonstration jumps for Special Forces. And I was told that I was no longer a member of the team because of my speaking out against Israel.
Against a foreign military.
Yeah. So from the Special Forces Association parachute team, of which I've been a member, as a Green Beret, I was, as of this morning, called. Sorry, you can't be on the team anymore. You know, you with your position on speaking out against Israel, we can't have you representing the Special Forces Association. Really? Wow. That should be telling to so many people that hear this that I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America, not to a foreign government or a foreign military. And if anyone thinks that they're going to intimidate me into not telling the truth over being part of a club, get out of here. Because the truth is more important. Today.
Yeah, they've been trying to slander this guy for a minute, chat. It's kind of crazy. But that's Anthony Aguilar. For those of you that are wondering, he was a whistleblower that came out. A bunch of people were coming out saying that he's lying and, you know, he was lazy and he got fired for, you know, incompetence or whatever because he came out with the story. But yeah, they're going after him, bro. And then also I want to show you guys this too. Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG, she went on Megyn Kelly to talk about Israel. Check this out.
October 7th was unbelievably horrific.
She's been getting a lot of heat for speaking out against the Israel lobby and controlling our politics. She's getting red pilled on the J lobby chat.
Unspeakable what Hamas did. I totally blame Hamas. The war wouldn't even be happening if Hamas hasn't done all the things that they've done, right? Firing rockets into Israel, kidnapping and murdering all these people, suicide bombers over the years. Absolutely. They started this and it's horrible. I think it's Israel's, they can pinpoint areas, but they're just mass bombing everywhere, and the videos coming out of there are terrible. I'll also say this, Megyn, that conflict has been going on I'm 51 years old. It's been going on way beyond before I was born or any of us were born. I can't even tell you I qualify to solve it. I think God is the only person that
You don't
can
think
solve
Mara Gaza is the solution?
No. No, not at all.
My problem is, when you use the word genocide, like...
Yeah, Megyn Kelly is a huge cuck for Israel, by the way, in case you guys were wondering.
I don't believe that.
She's a feminist, and she's a perfect example, guys, of like a feminist in sheep's clothing.
But I also don't have any meaningful video or picture source that I trust.
Yeah, you know? I think it's fair to say that no one does, right? Although I haven't seen the number of dead children, injured children, starving children coming out of the Ukraine-Russian conflict like we've seen come out of the Israel-Gaza
But isn't that
conflict.
because of the Palestinians and their amazing propaganda abilities? Like, I think that's the...
Who's running bigger propaganda, the Palestinians or the Israelis? Come on, man.
Reason, because the Palestinians put all this on camera and release it.
Yeah, because it's happening. Like...
They make sure that we see this, which is another reason to be suspicious of it. You know, I don't know what I'm being fed or for what purpose.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians aren't doing that, and the Russians aren't doing that.
Because the Russians aren't stupid enough to indiscriminately bomb areas that are packed with civilians like the Israelis are. Putin actually does give a shit about the Ukrainian people, unlike Netanyahu with the Palestinians, right? He could have went ahead and bombed the hell out of Ukraine and taken it in a few days, but he didn't do that because at the end of the day, Ukrainians are basically Russians. And Putin is a nationalist. His thing is that he wants to take over. Two main reasons he went in there. Number one, stop NATO expansion. Number two, protect the ethnic Russians on the eastern side that are being attacked and harassed by the Ukrainian neo-Nazi groups. That's a big reason why. Meanwhile, Netanyahu was trying to take all the land and doesn't give a fuck about the Palestinians whatsoever. Big difference.
But why not, though? Why isn't Ukraine and Russia
they're not good at propaganda.
doing that to each other?
See,
they're not good at propaganda.
This is
well, I don't know. I think Zelensky's pretty good at propaganda.
Maybe, but I guess he doesn't have like the lifelong commitment to it that the Palestinians. I mean, this.
Hey, Megyn Kelly, who controls the media in America? Who controls the narrative? Whose side have we been hearing the whole time, pretty much? We've been hearing the Israeli side, which is basically fed through Zionist-controlled media. Okay?
All right.
Even CNN. does not show the images of the babies getting blown up. Okay.
Listening to women talk about politics is going to give you an aneurysm. Listening to women talk about politics will be a sure, fast way to give you an aneurysm. All right. Also, I was showing them I was watching them. God damn. I was looking at a video of them showing the difference. They were trying to say he was better. This is why I kind of put the poll the way I did. I'm about to check who you guys voted for. They were trying to show the difference between Obama and Donald Trump when they met up with Putin. And it's like, yeah, Obama looked a little bit more cool because, you know, a black guy in office. Yeah, whatever, right? But you can see that Putin was more starstruck. Like, Putin was actually like, let me see if I can show y'all. Putin was more starstruck when he met Trump. He was more happy. Hold on. And nothing really came out of Obama meeting Putin. Some of these videos that I get, I just wanted to see. Sometimes they have them on YouTube. Damn, they got everything here. Actually, look at this, y'all. Putin had met 5 American presidents. God damn. That nigga made sure he stayed in office. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash app, 4 hours and 15 minutes into the madness. Putting y'all up on some good game. I guess we into politics right now, people. Alright, I ain't gonna lie, this was gangsta as hell. That shit was gangsta as hell. Alright, this is Putin and Biden. When the hell did he meet Biden?
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fake.
That nigga's like, why am I here? Biden is fucking presidential furniture.
If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Look, Trump pulled his ass in.
And make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I don't ever slow up.
Hold on, but they had, this wasn't the one that I saw though. They were showing the difference between, look, you done went on a walk with Bush. I never seen this. This nigga look like a young Phil Collins. Let's go.
President Clinton came here hoping, but not really expecting, that the Russian President Vladimir Putin would agree to a change in an agreement reached back in 1972 by Richard Nixon and Leonid Brezhnev. The Russians have said no. After their meetings today, the two presidents...
Why the 2000s? What the 2000s look so fucked up? Is it us? Or like even like the 9/11? Why did the 2000s look like this? What the hell?
agreed to disagree, and at a joint news conference said, however, that they would continue talking.
Nigga W.
First, I'd like to congratulate President.
Damn, George W. Bush took this man to the ranch? Alright, this might be gangster too. Why is every Republican president gangster, bro? W took him to the ranch? Oh shit. They probably did a little cocaine, rode some horse, drove around in an F-150. Like, hey man, you gotta start importing these into Russia, man. This is the F-150 right here. The F-350. I'm sorry. I don't know why I just got excited out of nowhere, y'all. I'm just sorry. That's some American shit right there. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Hold on. War Master said, Myron is wrong. Putin has bombed civilian areas. Ukraine bombed military targets. Yeah, and they've been showing it all over the news. He's been just striking random buildings and stuff like that. It's bad. Oh man, and then let me tell y'all something too, y'all. After Trump met up with Putin, and this was women talking about politics again. It was some goofy podcast of women that was talking about that Donald Trump might be sick. Because they're like, oh, he's old, and they're saying dementia and all this other goofy shit is kicking in, and blah blah blah, right? And they were saying that, oh, you know, he was saying that something. I forgot the actual quote, but it was like he would make it to heaven if he can stop the war, or something like that. And they, I don't know. They just try to spin it into this whole. He's like on his. They're like, oh, is the president on his deathbed? You know, he was talking about, you know, spinning something like you know, if he could stop the war, that, you know, he can make it to heaven and see heaven's gates if he can do this. And they were just trying to make it seem like he was sick or something is going on with him, and then they try to spin it into, oh, he's on his deathbed. It was some goofy shit. Maybe if I find it, I can tell you. Because sometimes, y'all, some things I thought I saw on YouTube, it was really on Facebook or Instagram or some other goofy rabbit hole I done went down. I've been going down a lot of rabbit holes lately, y'all. Obviously, you know. But yeah, I think that's one of the reasons too why Trump wants to stop the war, because they are bombing just civilian places, and it's like, is Putin ordering this, or is that other dude that Trump cursed out last month ordering this shit, you know? Putin's homeboy that don't like Trump, you know? Anthony said because Obama was a puppet. Absolutely. Anthony, I heard something. They said Doja Cat is South African also. I'm not sure if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised. Daddy. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Yeah, I don't even know if Putin liked black people. Well, actually, they said Putin actually likes black people. They said he made some type of remarks for black people and stuff like that not too long ago. And actually, they say he actually likes African American. They say he actually invites African American people to Russia. But you know, niggas ain't gonna go to Warsaw and Moscow and other places and shit. You know, it's funny. Black people are up for grabs in the United States. Like the ignorant ones, they're definitely up for grabs from other countries. Low key and high key. He said, let an FBA nigga get in that office, different tone with Putin. I don't think so. Black people are actually more worldly people than we realize. But compared to the average black people, y'all seeing this shit now in hindsight, Obama's weird. You know? Doja Cat is South African. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing. No one's effing with Republican presidents. He took this man to the ranch, and he went with him. Shout outs to Insane One. We gave you a shout out earlier. Good to see you, player. Welcome back to the show. Brother Insane One in the building. Yes, sir, Ski. Good evening, everybody. Putin met Trump in Alaska because Putin would be arrested in most countries. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, he's a little dude too. Yeah, he definitely not little though. That nigga ruthless. Shout outs to everyone here. Please hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 23 minutes into the madness. You said the Black Russian drank straw? You said Russians prayed to the Black Madonna. Yeah. He had a lot of good things to say about black people not too long ago. You know, I respect it. Warmaster says black folks don't understand the world sees us as American, not just black. Right. And I wonder too, the black influence across the world, right? Did that, I'm not even gonna lie, this is an oxymoronic question, but it really made a lot of people look at America a lot better. I wonder if black people wasn't as influential as we are, would people still look at America the same? Music is worldly. A lot of people will say our politics is too, because people do follow the West, especially politics-wise, but yeah. And we were talking about it not too long ago on the last couple of shows, you know. There's really no such thing as America getting out of debt. You know, it's like America can't clear its debt. You know, there's a such thing as good debt. Obviously, people been told debt is bad, but the games that America and people and just the games that we play with money, there is no such thing as getting out of debt. Because you need to be in debt to a certain degree because it's engaging, you know. I mean, not engaging, but people and things have attachments and engagements and stuff like that where debt is needed, you know. So money-wise, believe it or not, America still influences, you know, the world, you know what I'm saying? So our politics is a worldly thing, you know. You said people love Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Cole. Yeah, exactly. But hip hop too, though. I'm glad that you brought them up. I was kind of leaning more towards hip hop, but yeah. And for some reason, they like our basketball players too. LeBron James. So, you know, we got to keep in mind, y'all, that black people has changed the way that people view Americans. And that's why too, you know, if you guys have been, you know, following the shows and stuff like that, you see, you know, War Master saying, you know, I'm not all of this stuff, I'm American. You know, that's why I'm trying to tell you, he's not, you know, if you look at it from a real perspective, he's not wrong for saying that. you know. But a lot of people should travel because a lot of stuff that we go through as Americans is a very much isolated incident. You know, it's isolated. You know, shout outs to LT Man. LT Man was talking about it on the last couple of shows, and it's like, yeah, a lot of stuff that we go through in America is an isolated incident. And what I mean by isolated incident, of course, America is huge, but America's an isolated incident, you know. War Master says we can clear our debt if 2 of the 3 million government employees get real job. See now, you taking it somewhere else, man. Shout outs to UFO. Yes, I do occasionally use a cartoon avatar. I use Griffith. That got me in a lot of trouble with these goofball niggas that don't watch Berserk. But yeah, I use Griffith. I use Majin Buu. I use Trunks. I got a Frieza avatar of myself. I definitely use. Oh, y'all should see the other avatars I got. I got some avatars that I'm planning to roll out. I got Neo from the Matrix with a grill in his mouth. I got some funny shit that y'all haven't seen yet. I use Lionel. You know, I use the James Brown. What you call it? Damn, I'm drawing the blank on the name now. God damn it! But y'all know that. Y'all know it's cool. Let's get it.
Putin for being the only person that caught a fish today.
So Putin out there fishing. Damn, took your boy fishing.
It's a fine catch.
I bet you Putin won't invite W to Russia to go play with bears. You know, them niggas in Russia, they wrestle bears and shit. It's funny how you got black American women talking about something. They would choose the bear over a nigga. But it's Russian people that be playing with bears. And Russian women are smart enough to not choose the damn bear.
Уважаемый господин президент,
Mr. President,
я очень рад видеть вас.
I'm very glad to meet you here.
You said Kuda the pimp with his sword was fire. Wait, which pimp? Which pimp? I'm trying to remember. Y'all know it hurts my head to remember. I got the memory of an elephant sometimes. Let's go.
Рад возможности познакомиться с вами.
Man, this is back in 2013.
I'm glad to have this opportunity to get acquaintance of yours.
Nice to be with you.
Oh yeah. The what you call it? The avatar. Yeah. If you look closely at it, it's James Brown. Yeah, it's James Brown. It's James Brown. Damn, somebody camera got the switch on it. Somebody Nikon or Canon or Fujifilm got the switch on it. Y'all hear that?
It is the handshake the world is now documenting. A simple way from both.
Look at that. Look at how Biden really played y'all. He sat up there and met with Putin. I don't know when. This is news to me. He sat up there and met with Putin and then turned around and gave Ukraine weapons and intervened. He sat up there, he met with Putin, and then turned around and gave Ukraine the weapons and jumped in the war when they heard Putin literally say, yo, y'all stay back. If y'all jump in this bullshit, I'm going to be on bullshit too now.
Leaders.
So he... Hold on.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here.
Oh, he's breaking down the body language. Hold on, y'all.
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as body language expert.
Now, Trump really wanted him to hurry up and come to an agreement. But listen,
And today we're going to be
you can tell how Trump is like patting him, and it's like a pat. You know? Yeah, y'all gonna be buddies, but you can't be too buddy, because you know Ukraine looking at you. Even though I don't think he really cares. But let's go.
Analyzing the behavior and body language of President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin during their peace summit. Before we get started, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. That's what we're going to be watching.
And Trump kind of he kind of pulls Putin in. Like I've noticed that too. I wonder if this guy's going to say something about that because he be tugging on Putin.
First is President Trump waiting for President Putin to walk.
He said real politics is real except for Trump. He gave Ukraine offensive weapons. Right.
To him so they can walk together on the literal red carpet. Let's just jump right in. So you saw a very brief lick of the lips, and then you saw the smile. President Trump, I think, is actually excited about this meeting. It looks like he's in high spirits. We're not seeing any signs of dominant body language yet. One thing that President Trump has a tendency to do is to turn his nose up to people if he feels like he's superior to them. We're not seeing that as default body language yet, but we're going to watch and see if it happens.
So he claps. I was looking at this earlier. Trump claps a couple of times and waits.
He's also facing President Putin as he walks over. He's not looking away or waiting for him to get there. This is once again an overture to feel warm, to feel like he is welcome there. So body language-wise, President Trump is actually doing quite a lot trying to make sure that President Putin feels welcome as he walks over to him. You can also see how open his body is. He's not doing anything that appears uncomfortable. It looked like President Putin just nodded at President Trump, and then it looked like he gave a thumbs up. Watch this right here. The nod, looks like maybe a thumbs up or some kind of hand signal, and then he reaches over before he actually gets to them. This shows that there appears to be
you said that Russian red carpet bright as shit.
Warmth between the two of them. This appears to be a meeting where neither one of them, at least yet, is showing any overt signs of trying to display power within their body language. It looks like more that they're trying to appear welcoming and they're trying to appear connected. Now, I do want you to watch something very important about the way that President Trump does his handshake.
Yeah, the American one look pink. No. Or you know what it is, Anthony Southeast? Cause you know how we just see a couple of different colors, men. We like, oh, that's red, and that's the technical word for how the carpet looks, y'all, is called scarlet. Scarlet. It's like a weird reddish pink. It's called scarlet.
What you're seeing right here is a very normal handshake, which may seem obvious. That may not seem remarkable in any way. However, President Trump is notorious for yanking people towards him. He does this to world leaders too.
See, I be picking up on body language. See, I know how to cold read, y'all. He just said what I said. He yanks people towards him.
He's not doing that right now, which means he's not.
He did earlier.
Not doing any overt signs of trying to do some sort of power play.
He yanked them. How did he not just see that? Trump's elbow just went back. He yanked them. But Putin was walking up. But when they were on stage, he yanked them again. Trump be yanking people.
You may have seen there were mutual arm touches. We tend to do that with people that we like. We tend to do that when we feel connected to somebody. So President Putin touched President Trump's arm and then vice versa. We tend to mimic people when we want to get along. So the idea that President Putin did it first, President Trump responded, this really speaks to the fact that they do actually want to get along, and they likely do get along. And you're seeing what appears to be two very genuine smiles. It's a very interesting dynamic between the two of them because neither one of them has done any overt signs of being the one that's in power, so to speak. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, see, he pulled him and tapped on Putin and stuff like that. The tap. That nigga tap. You ever had a cop tap on your car? You know you going to jail when they tap on your car. Hey, hold tight, buddy. Nigga, you is going to jail. So he gave Putin the pity tap because he wanted to come to an agreement, but you know it kind of didn't work out the way that he wanted to. And Putin probably let him know there was some other stuff going on before they could even get to that point.
Both have a similar rhythm and cadence to the way that they're walking. All of that seems very normal. When they're speaking, both of them are using their hands a little bit to emphasize.
And look, Trump just won in court today. It says court throws out Trump's $500 million fraud penalty.
He signs that he wants to get.
Yeah, party, the tap. Yeah, bro, that tap. You might have to get a metronome and make a beat out of that tap.
Get along. Having more physical touch is a way to connect with people. So the idea that President Trump is very genuinely trying to connect with President Putin right now seems very, very obvious. So obviously he just signaled that he couldn't hear what was being said. I'd seen pundits talking about that he looked uncomfortable, but he doesn't look uncomfortable to me. I just think he has no real reaction to it. He's basically just saying and signaling, I'm not going to answer your questions or I'm not going to respond. I don't know how proficient his English is, so obviously he could hear the word Ukraine, but I'm not even sure that he could fully understand what was being said. But point being, there was no sign of discomfort when that was said by the reporter. He just seemed indifferent. And as you can see, after that was said, President Trump leans over, starts smiling, wants to make sure that he can maintain this connection, and then they're just going to move on. And if you watch President Trump's mouth right here, this is a look of disapproval. He doesn't like the journalists calling out questions like this. Right there, a look of disapproval. He's frustrated by what's going on right now. Have you ever Googled your own name or email address? Before I had Aura, I did. Wow.
All right, bro. My man went from body language to advertising. All right, let's get back to it.
Even the most left wing of news organizations still don't show what's really going on in Gaza. You got to go to fucking Twitter to find that shit. Okay? So even they know there are limits. Some of them might be critical of Israel, but they're not going to show y'all everything. So this chick is retarded. Megyn Kelly.
Since I've been in news, the Palestinians have been doing this.
So,
bruh. Yeah, they've done it for a minute. The difference is that we didn't have alternative media. We didn't have social media platforms. And we had to go with what the mainstream narrative said. I mean, Megyn Kelly is a creature of the mainstream media machine that decided to go independent. Hey, shout out to you, Sonny Faz. Sonny Faz in the chat. Keep cooking, brother. We appreciate you on the front lines. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. Sonny Faz is in the chat. Shout out to him, man. Yeah, bro. Like, these guys, it's hilarious that she...
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff did start off a little bit real on Twitter, War Master, and then it just got, like, fake real quick. But let me ask y'all the question. If y'all can put in the chat, who does Myron actually speak for? You know what I'm saying? Like what demographic do you think would wholeheartedly agree with Myron? Like, who's Myron's audience other than the, you know, obviously suburban people that claim to be red pill, but like politics wise, who does Myron actually speak for that would actually agree with everything Myron would say, or the majority of it? Y'all let me know.
He's saying, oh yeah, the Palestinians have this propaganda. Bro, Unit 8200, like the Israelis have like an entire budget with hiring influencers, with censoring information. Like, if there was so much Palestinian propaganda out there, why is it that the Israelis control literally everything when it comes to media, censorship? You got organizations like the ADL that literally run cover for the fucking Israelis and push censorship. Like, dude, what the hell is Megyn Kelly's a retard, bro? And this is what I mean when I say that. Like, this is the problem with the right wing and conservatives in general. Like, they are too fucking pussy to call out the power of the Zionist lobby, bro. That's one thing that irks me about the right wing. They are fucking bitches for Israel. Kumo DTV says, can you play Silly Goy by Lucas Gage? Waylo says, YouTube doesn't deserve the night train on. Let's get straight to OSS so we can be unhinged. Yeah, I'll cut to I will cut to OSS tonight. Don't worry. All right, so we're gonna go ahead, guys, and pick up where we left off. As you guys know, we were covering this debate between Amanda Seales and a bunch of conservative blacks. So it's basically one black radical versus 20 black conservatives. Conservative blacks. And we're gonna kind of finish this up. And then tomorrow, guys, I'm gonna react to this interview right here. What the fuck? Bruh. Nope, that's not what I want.
Our lives should matter.
The fuck were we? We were like over here. Okay, I think we left off around this area. I'll play a little bit of it so you guys can catch up. But yeah, this is where we're gonna but this is other interview I want to cover as well. I've been kind of going through this. Trigonometry did an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. So we're gonna see how this interview went.
And make sure you guys tune in on the next show. We got some Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson business to get into. But let's go.
I made fun of this weirdo yesterday because just so you guys are wondering, he's one of them. So we'll react to this interview tomorrow and see what Netanyahu told the truth about, what he lied about, and kind of go from there. You know, people are giving them credit because they're saying like they did real journalism and asked the hard questions. We'll see how they responded to these. Let's see what Netanyahu says to their questions and see if he's telling the truth. And then most importantly, let's see if these retards are able to get him on those lies, which I doubt it is, because this guy Constantine, for example, is a hardcore Zionist. He's been defending the IDF in Israel for a while. So he ain't fooling me. I went back and forth with him on Twitter and saying that he's a fucking weirdo. But yeah. So I'll play some of this. You guys will say I'm gonna go get a protein shake. Pause.
Ow. You are an intelligent black woman that is successful.
That's irrelevant.
No one's stopping me from doing anything. I'm an intelligent black woman that graduated and is
Many efforts
successful.
have tried to stop me from doing what I do. We are not all equal in our capability.
He said I gotta go get a protein shake. Pause.
And not acknowledge that
This is kind of where we left off. So I'll play it from here. Give me 1 sec, chat.
we are forced into. You're coming to interrupt me again.
That is diabolical, though.
All right, that is flagged, so I'm gonna ask you to return to your seat.
It's a waste of my time. Y'all just
Oh man, Amanda Seales is getting mad. Phantom interruptions, y'all.
want to be seen. I don't need to be seen. Hello.
How are you? I'm
Yes,
Jasmine, the pretty good. Say less outfit. Okay.
Thank you.
So this is my thing. I think the premise of your question was black on black crime. So I think I'm coming from a place, and I guess my issue is having had my biological father murdered by a black man, having had my cousin shot in the head by a black man. We talk numbers and statistics and what the people are doing, what the white man is doing and all that. But at the end of the day, I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can attest to this, and I'm not saying that there are not other factors, but we know that we kill each other at a disproportionate rate than any other race. Now, why we do that and why 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other black men, whereas the likelihood of a black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year, we know that we kill each other at a higher rate. So I'm not debating that there are not factors at
So the topic here is black on black crime, a result of underinvestment and over policing.
play, but because I've lived the experience as a black woman losing my
That's interesting.
father to be murdered by a black man walking down
sorry
the
to
street
hear that,
being,
by the way.
no worries, thank you. But walking down the street in inner cities and different things, knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white officer, we got to be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the south side of Chicago? Are there even white men around to rob and rape you at the same rate that there are black men?
There are white men around.
At the same rate?
There wasn't
Interesting.
a lot of black people in there, but then that doesn't justify the fact that we're destroying each other. So even if we get to the root, like
we can agree on that.
Okay, because I feel like a lot of
Nothing
times liberals will argue
justifies.
like, well,
I'm not
the
a
white people
liberal.
are killing
I am
people.
I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, I will say that people that sometimes
She is a liberal. It's just that they don't like call. See, on the left they do this. They fucking say, "Oh, I'm."
I think she's like War Master said. They're both feminists, which is true. I agree with that. But is Amanda Seals one of them goddamn rhinos? Is she pretending to be a rhino in this debate? Because even Tariq Nasheed is saying that she's hiding under the FBA banner just to kind of get in with people. And then you do got a lot of people, like I said, Trump, for I guess these 4 years, you got a lot of people that is not Republican. All of a sudden, they agree with Trump and they kind of rebranded themselves. And I'm not gonna lie, you know, sometimes calling people out on grifting and rebranding themselves, that shit is like a fucking that's gaslight galore. Let me write that down. I could put that on a shirt. That's gaslight galore. That shit is gaslight galore, because it's gonna be. You ever seen the guy that cheated on his woman and she's like, "I seen you," and he's like getting up and putting on. They're both getting up and putting on their clothes, and then the woman leaves out, and then it's just the woman there left with the guy, and she's like, "I saw you cheating." And he's like, "Wasn't me." But she was in the bed. Wasn't me. Maybe it wasn't you. You said she's a leftist. Okay, so why is she pretending? Why is she pretending that she's going against leftists right here? But let's go.
Not a liberal and all those other. It's so fucking annoying, bro.
Well, I think we know the answer to this.
She refers to herself as a radical.
Times have your stance that are against conservatives. Maybe they have this claim that they're making up the numbers. We know that we do that to each other. So I want to get to the root of the issue. Why are we?
Yeah, but see, Party saying that people knows that she's a lunatic. But Party, you see, the problem with that, brother, is that she's light-skinned. You can be anything when you're light-skinned. Let's go.
Killing each other. I think the root of the issue is we've lost our values and we've lost our resilience as black people. We sit there and we talk about what the white man did and we talk about slavery and everything like that, but we have no self-accountability and say, you know what?
Yeah, facts. Facts. Niggas stay complaining about other people not giving them a fair shot and stuff.
At the end of the day, that is my black grandmother. That is my black sister. You are my black sister. And you know that a black man...
Radicals are leftists. Okay. I'm learning.
...is likely to rob you or commit some type of crime against you. And that's what we need to get down to the issue of. And like you were talking about earlier, like, hey, well, what's going on? You know, what do you think the answer is to one of the brothers that were speaking? I think it's the breakdown of the family. I think, like he said, because of our poor choices and what happens...
Now, all of a sudden, maybe it's just this one, but now all of a sudden, black women got the grandiose idea. They got the idea that, I think it stems from the breakdown of the black family. You think? Wow. You came to that conclusion all by yourself, huh?
If you look at domestic violence, for example, when domestic violence, women or men are even attacked, what is the first thing we say? It's like, you know what? It's not your what? It's not your fault. So that's what we do. We hold on to this narrative that, well, it's not our fault, and the issues in our community are not our fault, and the white man needs to give us.
It took Trump to get into office, and niggas to fucking deride Kevin Samuels and steal a bunch of content before motherfuckers woke up. The breakdown of the black family.
The old white lady down the street is looking at me, and I don't know why she got braids in her hair. And we focus on all these other stupid things that don't matter. We don't get to the root of the fact that we're killing.
Oh no, you need to be telling your sisters this shit.
Each other at a higher rate than any other race. It is self-hatred amongst us, I believe.
Oh well, actually, I can't even get mad at the sister because she is looking at another quote unquote, I think, black woman and telling her this shit. But okay.
That we can do that. That we, my cousin, my mom's cousin, excuse me.
I stand corrected.
Coming from the church parking lot, and guess who stuck her up and robbed her at gunpoint? A black man.
I need you to get to the point.
Like,
so
my
I can
point
respond.
is that
look, she don't got no response. You get to the point.
No, and I'm not trying to be funny. Unless, like you said, we're gonna keep it respectful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very simple what the point is.
She
Blacks
is getting to the point.
commit the majority of crimes against themselves. That's the point. Right? Obviously, she's giving this dismissive attitude, but that's the problem. Is you are more likely to face black on black crime as a black person than anybody else. Now, here's the thing.
This is the thing, though. White people are more likely to face white on white crime more than anybody else. Latino people are liable to face Latino on Latino crime more than anybody else. Now, I will say we are more brutal and gruesome because I don't know when niggas got this evil. You know what I'm saying? Hunting each other down with machine guns and switches and all kinds of stuff. I kind of blame rap for that. But let's be serious.
In general, you're more likely when crime happens, it's more likely to be race on race. But the problem is that black people.
That is true, party. That is true. What's going on, LT, man? Definitely gave you a shout out earlier. Good to see you, bro. Had to remind them, a piece of the conversation we had not too long ago, how America's an isolated incident. Shout outs to LT, man, always dropping gems. No sticks, no stems. Shout outs to Big Cap in the building. What's going on, player? Good to see you. Let's go.
Make a minority of the population, yet have overrepresentation in violent crime.
But you're monopolizing the whole conversation.
I'm gonna let you speak, but let's not get the attitudes and stuff because you're my sister and I respect you. So
I don't have an attitude. I'm being direct to you, but you're literally speaking this, and you're not going to do that with me either.
Okay,
so you're stating your.
See, here you go.
Look, she got to the point where she didn't even acknowledge the compliment. Shout outs to LT, man. I know that's right, bro. No, you know what, party? I'm not gonna say it's lean music. I was gonna walk it down to it, but since we having a convo, I'm not gonna say it was lean music because Texas and Memphis and Atlanta and Florida and the South and stuff like that, they've been sipping lean and drank and all that other stuff. What changed it was Chief Keef. It was drill music. I mean, obviously we were shooting each other and stuff like that, anyway, but what changed it was drill music because I'm going to tell you this, even in the DMV area, we have an artist named Fat Trail, right? And, of course we got Shy Glizzy, right? But Fat Trail, he used to go back and forth to Chicago. You know what I'm saying? And, a lot of those Chicago gangs are named after Atlanta hoods, like Brick Squad and Gucci and what's G Herbo's? No, that's No Limit, Muskegon Boys. But No Limit and all this other stuff, a lot of these hoods are named after, you know, famous, you know, rap artists and stuff like that. But anyway, Chief Keef in Chicago really changed the trajectory of black hip-hop music. Because first of all, dudes had regular guns. You know what I'm saying? Dudes had regular guns. Of course, if you go to Florida, you'd run into, you know, the AKs and the Dracos and stuff like that. But we had regular 9mm pistols and Glocks and AKs. Like the most worst shit you can be met in the street with was an AK, you know, or some marksman nigga with a Glock, right? But when Chicago got into the mix, bro, this is where you start seeing switches more on Glocks, and Glocks start getting extensions. Chicago started this shit. First, it started off with the Glock with the extension. Okay, so now you have a Glock with the baby leg hanging out. And it's like, okay, cool. Then when they start putting switches on them shits, it's like, all right, nigga, now, goddamn. What need to die that bad? And then you had Draco culture, but Chicago changed that too. Draco culture. And then let me tell you something too. Chicago did change lean culture also, because they were sipping red in Chicago. They were sipping red in Chicago. And then now you got New York drill. There's drill artists everywhere. Drill in Florida, Jacksonville drill. You know, drill like all of rap basically defaulted to Chicago hip hop. Smoking on Ops. All of these niggas say the same shit. Chicago really turned that shit into some demon shit. But Chicago, if you look at their history, they have a history of using automatic weapons. But back in the day, it was I was about to say Sinatra. It was what's that mob leader name? God damn it, I forgot his name. But man, they've been using automatic weapons in Chicago. Tommy guns, they made the Thompson famous. The Tommy gun. Al Capone in them, you know? Chicago became what LA couldn't do. Before Chicago was in the mix like that with like the culture, what they were doing, bruh. LA probably was the most treacherous place. LA and Detroit. Okay, I can see that. I can see that party. D Block was drill music, but the Locks wasn't just strictly drill though, bro. Yeah, but there was still motorcycle culture and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, the lean and the Zans, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Lean made, Manchurian Candidates. Yeah, Al Capone, Chris G. Yeah, they had the monkey nuts on the damn Glocks. It's like, hey, bro, these niggas different, bro. Chicago changed the whole game, bro. I was there for the whole thing, bro. I can assure you Chicago changed the whole game. A regular Glock will take you out, but now them joints got the switch on it, the monkey nuts and all kinds of different, man. Chicago changed gun culture in every single hood in America. Believe it. ARPs and stuff like that. Chicago changed every single gun culture. First of all, Chicago changed gun culture in general. Gun culture became completely different. And it got more ignorant because, listen, you know, if you were a gunaholic or you go to the shooting range and you know anything about pistols and weapons and stuff like that, you wouldn't use those damn guns. Black people was the main ones putting 30 clips in high points and wondering why shit was jamming. Black gun culture is the most ignorant, dumbest shit you'll ever see in gun culture. I promise you. You take some of those guns that these niggas are using in the fucking hood against each other and bring that shit to a range, they will laugh at you and probably escort you out because you can harm yourself with those pistols. Mismatching clips and all kinds of shit. Like, no true gun connoisseur is going to you know, co-sign any of them guns. Yeah, but no, man, Chicago did it. Chicago definitely did it, party. And I'm gonna say something, and I'm trust me, you're gonna be like, yeah, that you got a point there. For about 15 years straight, niggas was like, I keep that 30 like I'm Steph Curry. For about 15 years straight, niggas kept saying that same bar. I keep the 30 like I'm Steph Curry.
Women more concerned with how things are said versus what is said.
I can't stand black people.
This is a perfect example of that right now, guys.
Point, and you've been stating your point for quite some time.
So,
Do you have a reason for me to respond?
Would you?
I keep the 30 like I'm Steph Curry.
Like to respond, so that's a better response. Go ahead.
The response that I have for you is that everything you're saying does not exist in a vacuum. I actually agree with you in that, yes, there has been an incredible denigration of Black worth and Black pride in this nation. I think it's also very important to acknowledge what has contributed to that. And to state that it is only Black people that have contributed to that is a false flag. So we have to admit that. So in order to have this conversation.
Oh, I keep the 30 like I'm Steph Curry. What's going on, Gail? Thank you so much. Yeah, y'all please hit the like button, support the show. You said degenerates do dumb stuff irrespective of ethnic groups. True, very much true. Oh, Party said, I'm from Chicago. I know, but I'm going deeper. We had governors, bro. True. I don't know about Lori Lightfoot, but you know. That's true, Big Cap. That's also true. And then in Chicago is segregated. They will drop off fucking gun crates and shit in the fucking alleyways and shit. They would just drop off random gun crates and stuff in random cars and trucks was left open and people would loot them. They would drop off random gun crates. Like somebody on Call of Duty just got a helicopter or a random, you know, you get a bunch of kills, a bunch of KIAs, and then, you know, a random supply package would just fall out the sky. They were dropping them shits off in alleys in Chicago changed gun culture in America for sure. That is the illest bars that young dudes came up with in the last 15 years, but they wouldn't stop saying it. I keep the 30 like I'm Steph Curry. Bro, I'm sick of black people, man. This is crazy.
Conversation around how we got here. You can't say, oh, well, we're caring about the white woman getting braids and that doesn't matter and this thing. All of that attaches. All of that is actually
right, party.
A very big part of the lack of worth of black people.
I'll ask you, do you think we're resilient? What does resilience mean to you? Do you think we have to be perpetual victims, or do you think that black people are resilient? I think that
those are two different conversations. I think that the concept of black people being victims is really trying to not provide accountability to where the root problem for the actual cause is. And if we keep saying that somebody is a victim and that doesn't mean that the other person should have to actually have accountability, then what are we really doing? You can do both. You can be a victim and be resilient.
How do we do both if you stay in the victimhood? That's my question.
But your statement about black people staying in the victim place is also your point of view.
But how do we rise above it?
We continue to rise above it by, one, pouring into our communities with mutual aid, but two, by simultaneously making sure that we are challenging the systems that are.
And then also too, I do gotta blame DJ Academics for that. DJ Academics, I do gotta blame him. Because if he didn't give them niggas all them nicknames, yeah.
In place to impede us. We have so many opportunities where we are trying to do mutual aid and those things get disrupted by folks who want to have capitalist gain, by folks who want privatization. We used to have all these mom and pop businesses in our communities.
There's over 3 million black millionaires in America right now. You are an intelligent black woman that is successful.
That's irrelevant.
No one's stopping me from doing it. I'm an intelligent black woman that graduated and is
Many efforts have tried to stop me from doing what I do. We are not all equal in our capabilities. And we are not all equal in our ability to be invested in by others.
I agree with
we
you.
are not all equal in our trauma.
Are we resilient?
We can't.
What's going on, Ray?
Say because it is a false equivalency.
I believe that every black person has resilience.
We keep trying, but we keep trying to cause.
I'm so sorry. You've been voted out.
Well, no, this is the thing. I'm going over Myron's. Damn it. You know what? You're right. I should have just played the audio because I don't even know what Keep It 100 did. I should have just played the audio though because me going over Myron's video probably, I don't know. If it goes down, it goes down. Listen, if I got to take this off of YouTube, hey, Rumble it is. Y'all head over to Rumble. Let's get it.
Yeah, what she doesn't get is that she's right. Not everybody's equal in their capabilities.
Thanks for the heads up, though. I thought about it. That's why I didn't play the original. I'm like, if I play Myron's version, but then again, YouTube don't like Myron, so I don't know. I might not be too safe.
Yeah, it's called meritocracy.
Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Support the show. Let's go.
Winners rise to the top, baby. That's how it goes. Meritocracy. She's advocating for more socialism.
Uh-oh.
First, I want to say, I want to kind of get rid of this like right-left ordeal.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to talk about just like our own personal views and what we've
Okay, I'm waiting to see that other guy that said that he basically beat her in this debate.
What we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to your claim about black on black crime, I really do believe, and I think a lot of people here do believe, especially based off of personal experiences and everything, that it is just lack of accountability. In the black community, we need to.
Insane One says he changed his video to members only, but Marquette went off on Amanda Seals. Listen, Insane One, I saw this thing. Shout outs to Gail at night in the building as always. Thank you, love. I saw this thing where they said that Marquette said that he's gonna buy Umar's school from him. So they said Marquette, y'all, is trying to step in to buy Umar's school. But let's go.
Taking responsibility for our actions and stop pointing our fingers at other people and the white man. Because to be honest,
why can't both happen at the same time? Both are causes.
Because you gotta clean your own house before you go complain. Because
wait, O'Shea crashed out on Obsidian. When did this happen, Cap? You know, you my eyes over on Clubhouse.
If you're dirtying my house, if you keep pouring shit into my house and I'm cleaning it, why can't I do both? Why can't I clean my house and bar the windows from you shitting on my house?
Because it begins with responsibility within us. If we're like, okay, oh, the white person's doing this to me, the white person's not, we're not going to ever come to the core of the issue.
They are.
We need to take
responsibility. And it's not even just the white person, because now we have seen very many races, people of very many backgrounds.
But listen, it's to the point right now where, yes, you have racist people, but that's really not like a liable excuse right now. And listen, white people aren't just racist against black people. They gotta spread that shit out. Really not an excuse at this point.
That are actively participating in the effort to keep a work.
O'Shea fried up Obsidian this morning? Bro, do you have a link? Please tell me you screenshot it. Do you have a link? Yeah, he dragged Obsidian because Obsidian was cool with Pearl. When O'Shea had to kind of do damage control. Oh my God, Cap, do you have a link? Y'all making me work. Y'all making me work my ass off. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Yeah, that was a minute ago though, but he went off on him this morning? Oh, please. How both of them meet up on Clubhouse? That's crazy.
Class down. Like that is absolutely a fact. It's not just white people. So I don't attend to that. But I will say the reality of there being systems in place is real. Over-policing is a real thing. You know what's also been really real is the effort.
Over-policing is a real thing? Yo, how about you just don't commit crimes? Let them have as many cops as they want, bro. What is this whole concept of over-policing? The more cops I look at it, the better. Camera on the line. Hey, Martin, how much for lifetime membership? And could you do a video talking about how the education system is designed for women and not men? I don't know what I don't even think I don't know if they give you a lifetime membership thing. But you can make a one-time donation, Kmart, if you want. Who stands, Martin? When are you going to do a show that breaks down different agencies? Maybe this Sunday. I see that you're saying in the Telegram there's guys that have different service. Food stamps. I was an SFA member back in the day, but stopped donating because.
Yeah, we about to be messy as hell, Gail. Which channel? You said leftists cause the most problems for Americans. Yeah, you've been saying this for a minute too, and it's true. But isn't it funny though, War, how Amanda's acting like she's all of a sudden not leftist? I mean, I know Candace Owens grifted, but she transitioned real quick. Oh yeah, Cap, if you can hit us with that exclusive, bro.
They kept upping the fees. I wasn't a Green Beret, but I was an SF group my whole Army career with the Intel and Comms team. Okay. Morning, Martin. OSS, time to go to pour some concrete like a real American W Nitrain. Appreciate you, O still. Waylo says, okay, I got that one from before.
Of violence interruption in certain communities, right? So we've seen this in Detroit, we've seen this in New York, we've seen this in Baltimore, where
that's true, party.
There are communities that have said, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be like a neighborhood watch for our community. So that before
I don't even know why Amanda Seales is famous. Like, what did she do? That's what I'm trying to say, Sin. Like they said she accomplished a lot of stuff. I'm like, really? What did she do? I think, wasn't she in Disney or something? I remember her from Disney, if it's the same person. Isn't she a Disney kid?
The Popo even come, before 12 even rolls up in here, we're gonna actually put ourselves in between the conflict and calm it down. And that has been incredibly effective. But you know what? It's not funded. It's not funded. And you would think that like city councils and mayors and governors would say, shit, you know what? This is going to save us so much money, because why? Taxpayers keep having to pay for the fault of these police officers. And even though we say, well, only a certain number of people have died, that doesn't dispel the fact that a large amount, more black people are imprisoned than.
Like right now, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. What exactly is she defending? And she literally said the same thing that girl said a couple of times. All of them are acting not leftist since the Kamala debacle. They independent. Yeah, like ever since Kamala lost, they've been real weird, man. That's why I'm like, what are they complaining about now? Like what the fuck? Oh man, somebody had to catch that replay. It got to be somewhere on YouTube, Cap.
Any other group in this nation, and that is not by accident.
Again, I started with.
Yeah.
Or at least Obsidian or O'Shea got to come out with it on their channels. So we'll see. I'm gonna keep an eye on it today, y'all. If something happens, y'all tag me in it. Y'all start tagging me in content too. Now don't do no weird shit like tag me in cat videos and shit, cause you know when I y'all start tagging me in some interesting content, all right? Don't tag me, cause you know when you ask people to tag you and shit. Not you, Cat, but I'm just saying in general, niggas start tagging you in cat videos and animal videos and shit. Look at this beaver built this dam. Did you know llamas and donkeys can be friends, Kuda? I'm like, god damn. I'll watch it, but I ain't gonna review it. You said, at the best. At best, she was a DJ on MTV. Okay, I knew she looked familiar and shit. Yeah, if you can find it, Cap. Okay, so she was a child star. Okay. That's where I know her from DC. Okay. Okay, now this is making sense. I'm old, y'all. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I guess I'm considered light skinned. As the light skin from the light skin delegation, I will tell you that all light skinned people look the same, especially to me. All light skinned people look the same. All right, let's go.
By them committing crimes.
Accountability. And it just seemed like not.
But I disagree with you.
No,
I mean, I don't
because,
disagree with you.
Because here's the thing. Look at our media. Look at rap. Look at what we're glorifying.
You're right.
We're glorifying violence.
Who's we? Who's we? Who's
the black community?
Who controls the
black community?
Who controls the distribution of these sources of media?
And who takes it in?
Who controls?
Oh shit.
Myron irritated.
Let's see if she talks about it.
And who takes it in?
Listen, if you're okay, so let me put it in this context. If I have a company, right, and you guys are my employees, and I determine what you get to eat every day.
You said we not tagging Kuda in Ish until he gets an Xbox. I agree. Okay. I'll take that. I've been seeing your boy's video too, War Master, that fuck around and find out.
That's also going to determine how you exist in this company, right? Like if you come to work and I say the only thing you can eat is processed foods and fried foods and you're not going to get to have the best vegetables, etc. What's that going to affect? Your health. It's going to affect your ability to operate, etc. This is how the United States operates. There's a lot of us that don't want to admit that as much as accountable as we want to be, all of our brains also don't operate the same way. Some of us are much more apt to be indoctrinated than others. That's a fact. There is a one.
And that's fine. Survival of the fittest, bro. See, here's the thing. You can't save everybody. This is like the ugly truth that liberals and progressives and radical leftists like her don't understand. You're not going to save everybody. And not only are you not going to save everybody, there's going to have to be, in order for there to be winners, there needs to be losers. And this is like a very ugly truth that people on the left simply don't want to accept. It's a big fucking red pill that they don't want to.
But this is the thing about YouTube. YouTube wants you to make the same video 50 times before you move on to something else.
Deal with. Because to them, they look like, oh, well, everyone is equal. We need to save everybody. Sorry, bro. There's going to be idiots and there's going to be smart people. Okay? That's just how it goes. Now, I understand the need to kind of give everybody a fair shot so that they have a fighting chance to rise up. But I think we've done a pretty damn good job of doing that for the most part. Are there things that need to be fixed? Of course. But her saying, oh, you know, not everybody has the capability of being a critical thinker and not being indoctrinated. Well, this is why you got motherfuckers like me out here, okay? This is why you got people out here where I'm sure I've been able to wake you up, right? Some of you guys in here who are simps or, you know.
The funny thing is that Amanda's not as woke as she thinks she is. And I don't know why they get on here and be like, man, if you simply just tell the truth, you won't have nothing to worry about. Man, if you tell the truth, you have everything to worry about.
It's the lies of feminism or progressivism or any of these fucking isms that we know who controls those. But the thing is that you have to have some level of accountability and critical thinking skills to go seek out that information. Like, the problem is that,
let me tell y'all something too. Yeah, then they demonetize you for reused content. Yeah, absolutely. I gotta put that up there because you ain't never lied, Gail. That, like, what? When everybody on YouTube's doing the same thing. That part, Gail. Yeah, that flute is funny. That flute is funny. That flute is actually genius. But no, yeah, you get up on here and tell the truth, that's game over.
If people are bots or people are normies and people don't want to go ahead and like question the narrative, that's their fucking fault, bro. The information's out there, especially now with alternative media. The information's absolutely out there. Okay? You could go on YouTube and learn how to do a bunch of fucking different skill sets now. So, you know, blaming the system or the indoctrination or people's inability to critically think or think outside the box, like, that's just not gonna fly anymore, man, with the amount of access that people have. It's just simply not.
Percent of people that knows this. There's a whole show called Mad Men that's about advertising, etc. And if we don't acknowledge multiple things at the same time, then we simply cannot stop it. We can be as accountable as we want to be. And I hope that if you're right, because I hope you're right, I wish that it was a situation where if black people could just be accountable, then nothing else would matter. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case because we have seen when we have Black Wall Street in Tulsa and we have Black Wall Street in Durham, that when we actually do hold our own and build our own communities, they will still come and run it down.
Pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Damn, somebody could get voted out. I'll tell you, they got a bounce.
Oh my God.
Joshua.
Hello, Joshua.
So I have two claims I want to settle. So I'm originally from New Orleans, right? And I seen black on black crime my whole life, right? Yes. I don't believe it have nothing.
Yeah, New Orleans sucks.
Deal with the police. It's more with the community because there's a lot of pride that's in that city. Where to the point where this person ain't tell me nothing, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna take him out.
Yeah.
Is that simple in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Now in Cali it's probably the same way, but
that's crazy because YNs are a completely different breed of zillennials and shit like that, and we gotta answer for the YNs and shit like that. Y'all don't have no real YNs up there. This nigga look like he'll never wear a shiesty mask in his life. Since y'all want to be accountable so bad, go talk to the YNs.
I feel like every
and the YBs.
State is different. You probably the way how your belief is might be right, but in New Orleans it's a little different. Also, my second claim is this: we proclaim so much about Black Lives Matter, but when it comes down to a white person killing a black person, it's a big deal. It just don't make no sense to me.
Do you know what the statement Black Lives Matter is actually stating?
Yeah, well, like, just started off from George Floyd.
Start off with Mike Brown.
Mike Brown, okay.
So Black Lives Matter is really simply just stating that when black people are murdered by the police, that our lives should matter. And that oftentimes it is not considered. It is oftentimes presented as we deserved it, or we must have done something to cause it, and that...
Yeah, that's how it started. But now it's become black supremacy. And it's used now, like, it started with like, oh...
All right, Myron, but you can't say that, Myron. Because Tariq Nasheed, he doesn't represent Black Lives Matter. And Black Lives Matter aren't even owned by white men. I mean, by black men. Now it's moved over to the sisters and George Soros capitalizing off of Black Death. Black Death has been the engine for a lot of shit in America. I don't know what it is about Black blood and Black Death that propels so much stuff that we have and have propelled so much stuff today, but hey.
All lives matter. But nowadays, what it really is going to come down to, just like with feminism, is become a supremacy movement.
You know, back in the day, even the prisoners back in the day had some type of heart or conscience and dignity, and you see they don't do Scared Straight anymore. Remember that show Scared Straight, where they used to take the kids and shit, and Maury and all of them, and Jerry Springer, they used to take the bad kids to the jails and talk to people beyond Scared Straight. They don't do that no more. Remember when they used to bring out that army nigga and make them do push-ups and shit? Cause little Billy wanted to talk shit to his mother and be on the roof of their house. Man, they don't do that no more. These kids got switches. These kids got switches.
Okay. That's what it's really coming to. And then buy lavish mansions as well. That's another part of it. AKA, let's scam a bunch of people.
That our lives are disposable. We also don't ever see true justice on the same level as others when the police incur violence against black people. So Black Lives Matter is a statement asserting that our lives are worth justice, our lives are worth preservation, and we have seen in innumerable instances a level of restraint.
And the other thing too is that, like, when these, black people are getting killed in these police interactions, guys, let's just be painfully honest here. They're fucking resisting cops, they're getting into fights, etc. Whether it's Ferguson.
All right, well, old boy in Jacksonville didn't deserve to get punched in the face like that, but okay.
George Floyd, the guy that got killed by NYPD saying I can't breathe or whatever.
Yeah, I gotta look at that Mike Brown case again. I gotta revisit some of these cases. One day we just gotta go down the rabbit hole and just revisit all of these cases all over again. Even though the best time to go out to go over it is when it happens, because they change things and reshape things and take down live videos and doctor things nowadays. You said they don't want that today because people will start complaining that we're seeing criminals get promoted as heroes. George Floyd.
These dudes are always committing crimes when they get stopped by the fucking cops, man. And then they resist. How about you guys just don't be criminals?
operated between the police and people of other races that they do not seem to carry with black people. So that's what Black Lives Matter means. It doesn't mean that anyone else's doesn't matter. It means that ours matter just as much as their lives.
That's good that you cleared it out for people.
Yeah, again,
obvious.
This is exactly what feminism implied. Oh, it's about equality for everyone. But as usual, these minority groups start off as equality for everyone, and then they slowly become supremacy groups.
I appreciate
Yes.
you. Now,
In
as
the
it comes to
name.
New Orleans, tell me this. Well, first of all, it was, I think it's the senator of Louisiana who literally made a campaign ad, Kennedy it was, that said,
And it's interesting because they only make it, Black Lives Matter when a white dude or a cop kills them. But when they kill each other, ain't nobody marching on the streets. They don't give a fuck. When they got a gang war going on in Chicago and there's fucking them killing each other back and forth, there's no rioting in the streets for that.
do you want Louisiana to be run by crackheads? Like he said that, like straight
they
up.
have a bunch of them there. Yeah. They
So
do.
here's my question about New Orleans. Would you say that New Orleans gets, that particular areas of New Orleans,
Yeah,
for instance, like the Ninth
It's
Ward?
the Ninth Ward's crazy, but I'm just saying they
But
crazy.
would you say that funding and attention is dispersed equally across New Orleans in terms of resources? Because I know that from living through Katrina, that is absolutely not the case.
Yeah, I agree with you in that case. Everybody's not equal when it comes down to resources. For sure, I agree with you.
Here's the thing I want to just impart is that I think that we have a very distorted version of what resiliency and what restorative practice is, because we live in a time where we're seeing so many things happen so fast. So like we've seen technology like advance so fast, right? Like we have seen just our lives shift so fast that I think that we forget that as humans, our ability to recalibrate, to heal from trauma is simply not the same as the things that we are watching in technology. And so we cannot just casually think that people just get over things. Katrina,
Bunch of yap.
people in New Orleans are still reeling from Katrina.
They are. That's true. That's true.
You know what I
That
mean?
is true.
So
yeah,
when we
that
talk
is true.
about the amount of crime and violence that is still living and happening explicitly in Katrina, we have to.
Well, look, we get all these white neighborhoods that got destroyed by floods and stuff like that too. I don't see them bitching about it still. Like what, last year? Didn't the Carolinas just get destroyed?
Also talk about the amount of trauma, the amount of drug use, the amount of policing, the amount of all of these things that physically harm people across the world, not just in the United States, across the world in communities that are not being served, and how those communities never get the chance to quote unquote pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Yeah, I agree. I personally agree. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. Yeah,
that
for
was
sure.
fun.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thanks, Josh.
No problem.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much for partnering.
What the fuck, this weirdo. All right, claim number 3. Systemic racism isn't a theory. It's our lived reality backed by data and history, okay?
A theory. It's our...
So she's basically saying it is very real, systemic racism, and it's not just a theory. All right, let's see.
Lived reality backed by data and history.
Hello?
Hello, John.
John Samuel.
Hello, John Samuel. First name. All right.
Blame my parents.
Hi, parents.
I want to listen to you first. Why do you feel that? Why do you feel that way? Why do you feel?
John went to debate training before he came here. Okay. Ultimately,
Well, yeah, it's a pretty broad statement, so yeah.
What's going on?
I
That
also
way because
kind of want to hear her position on this.
it's simply just facts. It's in the books, and that's why there have been laws to challenge it. There have been innumerable instances where actual systems were created specifically for the impediment of Black people to advance. We have
Okay, that is true. In the past, yes.
also seen innumerable instances where there were things created for Black people to advance and they were taken back under the auspices of, we don't want them to advance. Ultimately, systemic racism exists in our institutions on a government level, in our institutions, whether it's prisons or schools, and it is undeniable because they are actively trying to reinstate it right now.
Can you give me an example?
So, and this is why she did this prompt so broadly like this, because technically,
Yo, remember that meme with Rachel Dolezal? It was like cracking my black ass up.
she's not wrong, right? It's not just a theory, it's our lived reality backed by data and history. Well, lived reality is a subjective experience, right?
Shit.
She might go ahead and go through some things and be able to say, oh yeah, racism is real because I've experienced it. And how are you going to challenge it? They've experienced it. You weren't there, right? And then you can absolutely always find data that backs up your claim. The real question here is, does systemic racism or racism keep you from success today? That's the real question. And the answer to that is no. Okay? Systemic racism is no longer a valid excuse to keep you from attaining success in the United States. Okay? So that's the truth. Technically, she's correct when she says systemic racism isn't a theory. It's lived reality. That's subjective, so you can't say whether that's true or not. And then
I didn't know that, War Master.
She says it's backed by data and history. Yes, it is. It is. But I would argue, is systemic racism alive today to the point where it will impede you from success? I would argue no. Not at all. Racism will always exist. Everyone is inherently racist to a degree. You can even make the argument that there are some systems of systemic racism still alive to this day. Right? For example, the Ku Klux Klan still exists. I'm a member. Just kidding. But all jokes aside, the KKK still exists. They're a remnant of a time prior where systemic racism was more widespread. But does the KKK existing today keep you from success? Absolutely not. So, just because you've lived through some level of it, or it's backed by data and history in the past, does not mean that it affects your current or your future. And that's the big distinction. But let's see what this guy responds.
Of one of those systems that you believe perpetuates that cycle of racism? Redlining? Okay. Yes. And how does that, like, can you elaborate?
Okay, this is the second time she's brought up redlining. Guys, redlining, by the way, for those of you that don't know, redlining.
There go that word again. The word of the show, y'all, or the phrase of the show is redlining. Seems like that's the buzzword of the month. War Master said, if you're under 60 years old, you have no earthly idea what redlining means. All right.
Redlining is basically a practice where the banks don't give you a loan if you live in certain neighborhoods based off the property value because they look at you as a more risky client to give a loan to, right? So lenders are worried about giving home loans to individuals that live in certain areas. Hence why it's called redline. You're in this area, redline, can't give you a loan. And her argument is, since black people live in lower socioeconomic areas that have lower property values, banks don't give them loans, and it's harder for them to get a home. Because getting a home is one of the ways. Going to college and buying a home are one of the fastest ways to grow wealth. So she's saying the fact that they were redlined affected their ability to impeded their ability to create wealth later.
I don't know about going to college, but if you have the skills to pay the bills and you can turn it into you can actually, I mean, if it's around the time where they won't give you a loan because you're black, good luck getting a job, even if you're qualified.
Dude, that law was rescinded in the 1960s. Okay? By 1968, it was illegal. By 1975, it was pretty much completely abolished. Okay? So
right, that's what I'm saying too, party. I'm like, shit. You know, they got to be in desperation to get you like, okay, we really need a doctor. Well, there's a black guy right here with a degree. Fuck. All right. Give him the job until we can find a white one, or if he's really good, we just gonna keep him. You know? But let's go.
I think enough time has elapsed where you cannot use the excuse of redlining anymore, dude.
And then also too, because white people are real fickle about other white people too, you know. They still have to like you. So
come on, bro. Come on, man.
grade? Like, how is that affecting the black community?
Do you know what redlining is?
I know a little bit. I'm not an expert.
Redlining was a system that was created to determine property values, and that said black people can only live in certain neighborhoods and not in other neighborhoods. And the redlining lowered the property values of those black neighborhoods by stating that they were more savage, that they were more dangerous, etc. Thus, they were not able to own property that was on a level of par to their white counterparts. There were also many efforts at just simply not allowing black people to get
You didn't even have to do all of that. Just make a sundown town.
loans for property, putting them in predatory scenarios where they were being essentially unable to own land. And that inability to own land, but still having to pay out a mortgage, if you will, or a rent, continue to put black people in a conundrum of not being able to excel at the same economic rate as their white counterparts.
What I'm hearing from you,
Okay, that's fine. That's a fair claim. It is real. I'm not disputing that. What I am saying is that redlining is no longer a valid excuse to justify your mediocrity. Let's just be honest. This is something that was outlawed in 1968, and by 1975 was pretty much abandoned completely. So, again, technically, her prompt is not lying. Systemic racism is backed by data and history. You can use redlining as an excuse. However, dude, we're talking about 40, 50 years ago. Now, maybe even more. Okay? Just because your parents or your grandparents had to deal with that does not mean that you can't deal with it. There's plenty of people that grow up very poor, without opportunities, that are still able to make something of themselves. Okay? So once again, comes back to my original position. If I were to debate her on this, I would say, though what you are saying is true, and this is historical fact, these limitations no longer affect black people today in this way. If we're in the 1960s or 70s, we can have this discussion. But in 2025, there is no discussion. You're just a fucking loser, if we're gonna be honest here.
If I'm hearing correctly, it feels like in the United States that for a while we've kind of established these systems at their foundation, and they've continued on, and they've continually just oppressed black people, and we haven't dismantled them, and we haven't done much to them, so they continue to complete the cycle. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Well, in many of these systems, they have been dismantled maybe in name, but because this country has never dismantled the culture of racism, they end up still living in practice. So we see that.
All right, see, and now she goes like, okay, it's been officially dismantled. We don't have it anymore on paper, but there's still racist people out there. Okay, bro, like, there's always going to be racism, okay? There's always going to be racism.
It's because racism is covert. Racism doesn't make any money being overt. And shout outs to everybody in the chat. Y'all cooking in the chat. All right? Please make sure you guys hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Let's go. Y'all cooking in the chat. Sheesh.
But I promise you, even the most racist of people will accept you if you're black if you conduct yourself in a certain way, you speak well, you're a good person, you treat others respectfully. Even the biggest racist will fuck with you. Guys, hell, there's a bunch of racist people that love me. Yeah, we like this guy, right?
Well, we kind of know why, but okay.
So, competence is universal. Intelligence doesn't have a color, okay? People will always respect people that work hard regardless of their skin color. Right? Now, I'm not sitting here telling y'all to make people want to like you, but what I am saying is that success tends to be contagious and people respect it regardless of your skin color. Okay? The most racist niggas still watch the NBA a lot of the times, or NFL football. Excellence is respected universally.
They don't have to watch it. They work there. Those basketball owners, I don't know why y'all think racist people don't be far from niggas. Racist people be on niggas' asses, bro. Them franchise owners racist as hell, but they be around niggas all day. Make sure y'all doing y'all job. They need that efficiency. Paying your ass millions to run up and down the court. Let's go. They're gonna make sure.
Now, I'm not telling you guys to do this so that you can get approval from other races. I'm telling you guys to do this so that you become a better person, and the byproduct of that is people are just gonna fuck with you and respect you. Okay?
for instance, in the way that the appraisal.
Guys, I just put a poll, by the way, on YouTube. Are you in the OSS? The OSS is my community where, you know, we do private streams on there. We're just a community where we fucking let loose and say what we want to say. We're going to start doing the call and stuff. I got to get with Bill's going, fucking get that shit on point. Figure out how I'm going to do it. And then you guys can get involved in the show. You donate $1 and you get your chats read on air.
Shout out to
when
Ray
you're
in the
you get
building.
priority. Chat gets priority. So a whole bunch of perks. You get discounts on merch. It's my community. Only $10 a month, man. Really cheap. So that's how you support the mission, because YouTube has me demonetized. And that's one way for me to make some of that money back that YouTube is stealing from me, because they're fucking absolutely robbing me right now. I've shown you guys my social blade before of what I should be making, and these guys are stealing. So the OSS helps me offset.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. And it's stuff like this. I'm not going to say, you know, going back to what we were talking about earlier, I'm not going to say that that's good debt. You know, because that's not good debt. But the games and stuff that they've played in America, with the money and and just everything. Now there's a concept, I mean, even before, but definitely now there's a concept of good debt, you know?
That bullshit. So shout out to all the guys that are in OSS.
Worldly,
Love you
at
guys.
least.
You guys literally are the lifeblood of the movement.
System works. Now we saw like there was an entire documentary on how appraisal.
Scarsy, if you want to join OSS, link is pinned at the top. Just ossarmy.com. You just go like this. Hold on.
You said niggas need to be racist with their meat and cordial on every other facet. You know what's funny? Cynthia G was talking crazy as hell about black men. And then it was her birthday. And she's like, damn, I need a brother. You know, black women won't give up black men that fast. They'll throw us under the bus at every corner, but it's the phallus, y'all. Pause. They can't give up the black phallus. They can't give up the black phallus. And if you go look at them S toys that they play around with and making stuff like that, all of that stuff is modeled after the black phallus. All right, let's go.
So you go on the website, ossarmy.com.
Yeah, they done had me demonetized for 2 years and a half.
Right.
I don't think this is helping either.
Boom. Here's the website. Merch discounts, right? You get access to our Telegram. Here's the official website, guys. And you click here, join OSS Army. Then it's going to take you to locals. And then you can go ahead and join either monthly, the monthly is $10. Or you can do the annual, and I got a promo code for that. Use JFK, like that, 911. And boom, you can get it for $50. So whichever you guys want to do. But yeah, this is how you guys fund the mission so that I can continue to make this type of content, do these streams for you guys, because YouTube has me demonetized, because when you tell the truth, they don't want you to fucking thrive, bro.
Trust me,
especially about the topics that I have to be talking about. Or you could join in monthly for $10. Very fair price. So yeah, some idiot named Jeremy.
Yes, I guess when you real, somebody gotta be fake. Oh man.
He's saying it's a scam. Still trying to figure out how it's a scam when.
You know what? I've been trying to figure out Rumble. It says I'm monetized on Rumble, but I don't know.
It's literally a fucking service to join and support the mission. But okay, dude, it's a scam.
I can't tell.
Fucking retard. Get the fuck off my channel, bro.
Rumble is getting better though. Their interface is starting to be more clean.
Anyway, let's get back to it. But yeah, guys, that's how you support ossarmy.com.
appraisals have been also very racist, home appraisals, right? So your ability to sell your house for the value that it deserves.
Right.
There were a number of homes, particularly in Marin County, California, where black people had one appraisal when they had their blackness up. So they had their dashikis hanging, and they had their, right, they had their Black Good Times poster. But then when they removed all of those items and put up white people and a dog in the house and then had their white friends come and pose as the owners of the home, the appraisal was significantly higher. And we have seen that in a number of instances. Now, of course, that is just Marin County, but there are a number of other scenarios where this has been relayed. And that's why there were certain efforts by the Democratic Party to say, okay, well, we're going to try and step in for this.
I actually remember that case.
So why is she acting like she's not Democratic?
And I watched it with the...
Why is she acting like she's not a Democrat? I'm glad Kamala didn't get in, because all of these women that are flip-flopping right now would have been, oh, Kamala.
Family, and I thought that was just really just terrible. But the problem I guess I have...
Now, look, let's just keep it real, bro. Let's just be all the way 1,000. Nobody wants to live around niggas, bro.
I know male politics is fake, but female politics is fake.
Okay?
Alright, this is the part where Myron kills me, man.
Okay, let's just keep it all the way fucking $1, 1 million. Shout out to Noodles with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Nobody wants to live around niggas, bro. Okay? When certain people move into the neighborhood, house value? Well, when other niggas go ahead and move into the neighborhood, property values go down. It's a fact of life, bro. It's a fact of life. Y'all could call it racism and fucked up and everything else like that, but guess what? It's pattern recognition, man. That's what it is. It's pattern recognition.
Nobody want to live around niggas.
Real estate, unfortunately, when certain groups of people move in, increase the value, and when other types of group of people move,
I ain't gonna lie, Big Marla won. Oh man, they still stomping out Umar.
It lowers the value. Gays and Jews,
I
that
feel
property
so bad
value
for
going up.
Umar. Hopefully Marquette does buy the school. That'd be interesting.
Niggas moving in, property value going down. So, now, I get what you guys are saying. Oh yeah, exactly, proving her point. That's life though. That's just reality. All right? Like, predominantly white neighborhoods, values are up. School systems are better. In most cases.
All right, listen. I want you guys to stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing and do me a huge, huge, huge favor. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. There is a August sale going on that you guys definitely need to take advantage of. Do not waste any time. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Oh shoot, my damn screen went off. Oh, this YOLO box is holding on by like a thread, y'all. Head over to hempforfitness.com. And take advantage of the August sale. Buy one, get one free. There's a buy one, get one free sale going on. And you guys need to be in on it, all right? Head over to hempforfitness.com and make sure you... Hold on, my thing cut off. Jesus Christ. Make sure you use T-Tube10 to get 10% off. Hold on. And mention CUDA. And you get a free gift 2 free gifts, and also it's buy one get one free, equal or less value for the month of August. Hold on, y'all. I can't see the screen. Give me 1 second. Equal to lesser value. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I can't see the screen. Oh, this is bad. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com and take advantage of the buy one get one free sale, equal to lesser value. Stock up. And don't do anything illegal to get you locked up. Make sure you stock up and don't do anything illegal to get you locked up. Okay? Oh man. Thank you so much. Shout outs to Insane One dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio as always. Insane One says, been a minute. Want to make sure you're good. Thank you so much, Insane One. I appreciate you as always. I appreciate you. Thank you, bro. And yes, I want to send you some stuff I've been working on. It's like some Amapiano stuff. But I did end up looking at some soca music stuff. I meant to tell you, I did end up looking up some soca music stuff. So allegedly the BPMs for soca music starts at 130 to 136. 130 to 136. Which is, I think, like the high end. I think it's more fast paced. Shout outs to Insane One. So I'm going to be working on some stuff today, and hopefully I have 2 tracks. I have started working on some drums, but there's no melody to it, so you know. But Insane One, I will be working on some soca stuff. And it might have like a Amapiano dancehall thing going on. You know, I'm still trying to figure this shit out, bro. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. Because you know where we going. Hold on. Wrong one, y'all.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic liquor store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours.
What a money resign. Okay, let me tell you something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm going to be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper because I'm at what the what?
Where the what?
What a money resign. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay.
Isn't the renegade guy you're talking about, UFO, didn't he unsubscribe him? Yeah, okay, you already said it in the chat. Yeah, he unsubscribed himself. Oh shit, Dr. Umar winning on black women? Uh-oh. He might as well just come over to the red pill. I've been telling y'all this for years. Thank you again. Shout outs to Insane One. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to everybody supporting the show. Let's keep the support going, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
It is what it is, man. Well, here's the other thing too that she's like
He said Vinci Mas 2025 on Spotify. You'll see a good list of someone this year. Okay, let me take a picture of that. Like I said, I did look up the BPMs and stuff, and they said it starts at 130 to 136, which is pretty fast.
Because here's the other thing too, why she's bullshitting. So let me tell you guys something when it comes to real estate, as someone who actually invests in real estate. So real estate, when it comes to getting an appraisal, let me tell you guys how this shit works. So when you want to get an appraisal on your home, right? An appraisal is basically where an appraiser comes out and figures out what your home is worth. Okay? The majority of residential.
Yeah, that shit goes up from 130 to 180. God damn.
Real estate, when it comes to appraisals, is based on what? Comps, aka comparables. So if your house is worth $1 million and it's in good shape, and the other homes around you are worth around $1 million, whatever, it's going to appraise at around that price, because residential appraisals are heavily contingent upon comps. Okay? Very important. So she's over here saying like, oh yeah, they did this thing in Marin County and it's appraised significantly less, blah, blah, blah. Well, what were the comps in the area? Because there's a certain level that the appraiser has to stick to make the comparables make sense. Does that make sense, chat? So if all the houses around you are worth $1 million and your house is to the same level, you're not gonna get that much of a big difference unless you have like some issues with maintenance, termites, or some other problems. So what she's saying is, the reason why it got such a low value is because they had the dashikis and all this other shit. But what she's not telling you is there's a bunch of different factors that go into the home maintenance. Were there termites? Was the kitchen out redone? Were the bathrooms fucked up? Right? Bathrooms and kitchens are some of the fastest ways to improve the value of your house. How was the roof? Was the roof old? There's so many different factors that go into it. She's obviously able to say, oh, they had dashiki, so that's why it was brought down. But I guarantee you, if we were to look at those appraisals and actually compare, right, the comps to that house, there was probably structural problems there that lowered the value of the home, because appraisers don't like to give a house significantly less compared to other houses around us. Does that make sense, chat? So for them to give you a significantly lower appraisal compared to the other houses in the area based on comps, that fucks it up for everybody. Just so you know. That fucks it up for everybody, because now that lower house brings everything down. So appraisers are not incentivized.
All right, this is what happens. The appraisers already have a number of how much, a ballpark of how much your house is actually worth. They come there and actually check out the condition of the house. Is the lawn well kept? Is there cracking? Did you put on an attachment? Is there cracking at the seams of the house? How's the interior? What they make sure when they appraise it that is the actual price or in that ballpark that is listed on, because Redfin will list your house as something different, and then another Remax and all them other whatever other website you can think of will have your house in the same ballpark range. So your house is worth a certain amount, but what they do to come out is to make sure it's actually worth that amount, because the amount that they claim that it's worth on the internet, you're probably not going to get that. And how much do you owe on the house and stuff like that? Is the house paid off? Did you make any? Did you renovate? Did you add certain things? Like never mind.
To just drop your shirt off because of race. Now, I'm not disputing the fact that could be a factor, right? But what I am saying is,
yeah, like them the HOA people and all them other people. Yeah, Redfin is capped, bro. Like, people be like, man, I could get this much from my house. No, you can't. No, you can't. Some people might as well, the price that they're going to give them for their house, they might as well keep the damn house. Airbnb it out, rent it out, turn it into a business, do something.
If you have a house that's cared for in a good area and the comps are a certain level and you take care of your house, whatever, if niggas go in and have to see some dashikis, that's not going to lower your value that much. It really isn't, to the way that she's talking. I guarantee you there were structural problems there that really fucked it up. And a lot of the times, they barely go in the house, just so y'all know. When appraisers go in, they don't go into the house like that. They check some areas here and there, kitchen, bathrooms, etc. But they're not sitting there like analyzing like, oh yeah, this wall here, oh, these pictures are weird. Nah, bro. Not at all. And again, when it comes to residential real estate, you are incentivized to keep it as close as possible to the comps. All right? Now, if we're going to talk about commercial real estate, that's different. Commercial real estate is based on how much money the property can generate on its own. So commercial real estate, chat, right, is, okay, how much money can this house produce? That's what's going to dictate its value. Like an apartment complex, leasing out to a company like a commercial property. But residential, heavily contingent upon comps and the person that's buying the house. Your credit and the comps dictate the value of the house, your interest rate, all that other shit. Commercial is going to be dictated by the property itself, how the property performs. Does that make sense, chat? Give me ones that all makes sense. Yeah, give me ones if it all makes sense. 2 if it doesn't make sense. All right, let me read some of these chats. Okay, Peter Riley says, I would argue we have underpolicing with these crime rates. You can make that argument. Don Revere says, I'm pretty tame ladies and after today. Anyway, 100% understand wanting to get off the J2, but I've actually started only exclusively watching all shows on Rumble for OSS. It's just wondering if it's possible to start the FNF and your political show on YouTube, even if it's just for 5 minutes, just so the YouTube niggas get the notification that y'all are live. I'm early on Rumble aside from watching you guys, and I'm sure that's true for a lot of others. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, Dom. Sorry for the long ass message, /Seckles for your troubles. I appreciate that. I'll think about that. Because, yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying you don't get notified. Food Stamp says, that was a fancy way to say the J's. Yep, you know it. Crossbone Tunnel says, of your 2 podcasts regarding this one, a possible reason for the echo during phone calls is that open back-ended headphones, though more comfortable, risk leak sound. Cash says, only good black women, and why is that light-skinned women are hardest? Okay, I'm confused by the question. Mr. Morpheus, black lives only matter when a cop kills them. If they kill their own, it's culture. Yep, you know it. Sloucho says, we need a Money Mondays episode on how to make $1 million off racial grievances. Yep. Peter Riley, Myron, check out how recruiting Army recruits soldiers by dragging them into the vans wild. Yeah, I've been talking about that, bro. I've been saying that they dragged those 18-year-old guys. Wyso, subscribe to the OSS. Thank you. Nigas Groiper says, shout out to Brett for the hard work in getting my OSS battle dress over the South Pacific. Oh, address. Okay, I got what you're saying. Adam 5825 says, Myron, I want you to know us white people love you. Of all these other races, can't speak among us. Don't listen to them. Thanks for speaking up. White power. All right, thanks, Adam. Jay Diaz with a big $200 super chat. Jay Diaz 200. Thank you so much, bro. With the $200 super chat, he goes, listening to your streams are currently helping me with depression. So thank you for the information, the laughs, and for overall caring that we do better, bro. Take care always. Jay Diaz, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you another Don DeMarco. Thank you for that, my friend. Being demonetized on YouTube fucking sucks. So all the contributions that you guys, send in all add up and help me with, continuing to run the show where I don't got to fear censorship like that, because guys, as a creator, right? As a YouTuber or a podcast or whatever, you guys got to understand, right? So this is our job, right? And the fact that a platform can literally just say, oh, I don't like what you're saying, and just turn you off and cancel you, and then bro, it's crippling, right? And this is why so many influencers are pussies. The reason why they're pussies is because they can literally get their livelihood turned off immediately, right? So there's very few podcasters, influencers, whatever the fuck you want to call it, talk show hosts, whatever, there's very few that are willing to talk about certain topics, okay? Politics is one of them. Politics is one of those topics where if you talk about it, you're automatically going to lose 50% of your fan base off rip, because the topic in itself is divisive, okay? So you're going to lose half your audience. And then from there, depending on how more radical you get or how further right or left you go, you'll lose even more people. Now, as you lose people, you'll gain more support from the people that do like you. So people that like you are going to be more 10 toes down to support you, right? But your marketability goes down. Platforms are always threatening to take you out. You can lose your livelihood overnight. So knowing all that, having supporters that, support on the OSS or whatever, I really can't, put a word on it. I really appreciate you guys supporting because that's how I'm able to keep doing what I'm doing. And you guys give me the ability to basically say to these big tech companies, fuck you. You guys allow me to say fuck YouTube. You guys allow me to say fuck Meta. You guys allow me to say fuck Twitch. Right?
Damn, there really ain't no way you can go after that.
Otherwise, I'd be like these other fucking dancing monkeys.
See, now Myron be acting like, oh, they just coming after me for no reason. Myron, this is why they coming after you, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit dark, so the shit is funny. But it's not, but it is, but it's not, but it's funny as hell, but it's not, but that shit is funny. Oh, but it is what it is, man. Alright, guys, we got another show coming later on today. It is 6 hours and 13 minutes into the madness. We still got to do a show. I'm definitely going to do that show over on Rumble. Of this guy, Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes, because all of them niggas are volatile. All of them niggas are volatile when they link up. So, And then also we got some Tucker Carlson stuff coming, some Piers Morgan stuff coming, and then we also got to get into Fatty, man. Shout outs to Fatty. He been having some legendary, streams. Pearl, Angry Man, Andrew, and a lot of people. So for people to pretend like this space don't exist and all that other stuff, that is. And now niggas done made appearances and stuff over here. Also, too, we got the we got the therapist man, going crazy over on Fresh's channel and stuff like that. He's getting sucked into these arguments in on panels and in real time and stuff. So we already made our predictions on him. So he finna be somewhere yelling. He finna be somewhere yelling in these YouTube streets and stuff like that. It's even worse, like getting around a pack of niggas and you're degreed up and stuff like that. You think black people and niggas be acting and niggas be asking for they be asking for credentials like they got a degree checker or they got some type of goddamn blockchain that they're looking at. Like, oh, okay, his degree's legit. Like, no, don't do that. So, it's gonna be lit. End of the summer and winter. You know what I'm saying? Well, not winter, but of course winter gonna be lit. But fall, oh my god. Fall finna be lit. Yeah, insane when black people don't give a damn about no goddamn degree. It's just to size people up. Oh, let me see if I'm gonna not listen to you while pretending like I'm listening to you. Yeah, like what fact are you checking? Where the facts at? And I told you that's black people, but it's a lot of people too. That's why I said that Myron would take off. What you call it? The lead attorney, he'll take off. And then the other guy, Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer, he'll take off. You know what I'm saying? Because people want to feel like they're getting some type of legal advice or somebody that's like, you know, that's you know, somebody that's qualified to say what they're saying is saying it. But this is the thing about black people. Black people will look for somebody that's qualified to say what they're saying and still go do what they want to do anyway. See how that works? Niggas will sit up there and go out of their way. Let me consult with a lawyer for free, or let me do this, or let me do that, and blah blah blah. And then guess what? It doesn't matter because they're still gonna do what they're gonna do anyway. Black people will waste your fucking time. It's even worse to be actual real. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta go to, I'm not even gonna lie, you gotta go to other communities for the most part, with the exception of, you know, you gotta be down with niggas for years before they trust you, bro. I'm gonna just give y'all straight lace, no chase. You gotta be down with niggas for years before they trust you. You know, so they're gonna, you know, somewhat look for like a authority talking about something, and then they're gonna still do what the hell they want to do anyway. That's just kind of how niggas operate, you know. So guys like the lead attorney, guys like, you know, Myron, you know, because he's a Fed, like niggas just overlook that part. But then again, if you're not really breaking the law or anything, shit, you ain't got to worry about it. But they're going to overlook all of that stuff, you know. And then it gives them like somewhat of a voice of authority, like they're coming from an authoritative, you know, a place of authority, you know, so. Really interesting. All right. You said all of this credential checks and the ranks are getting infiltrated. Yeah, I mean, what ranks? You know, there is no real manosphere. There is no real. Whoever set out to do what they wanted to do, they won. And then, honestly, I mean, they didn't really need to set out to do anything. Niggas was gonna destroy the shit anyway. You know. But listen, man, do what you got to do before what you got to do you. You know what I'm saying? The world is a crazy place, and at times you got to be crazy too, to you know, to survive. You know, I want y'all to be careful, man, going outside. You know, a lot of people are getting shot and all kinds of stuff. Speaking of getting shot, the guy that shot young Dolph, he in jail singing like crazy. And the guy that gave him the gun to go shoot young Dolph and was selling him drugs and all kinds of stuff just got off on being the mastermind. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to say that Govan was the fall guy. And Govan guilty as a motherfucker. So that's crazy. You know, another criminal back out on the street. But hey, that's life, you know. That's the law. Justice is sitting up there. The law is sitting up there telling you right in front of your face. It's not if you're guilty, it's what you can prove, you know. Justice system fucked up. You said, I don't give a shit what niggas do after I tell them the truth. My only obligation is to be honest with them. My conscience is clean after that. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, man. Honestly, if you've been telling the truth for a long time, you kind of forced to be that way. You know? just drop it off, and whatever they want to do with it, that's up to them. You know, it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Give me a couple hours. I'll see you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Please support the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. Want to keep these episodes digestible. 6 hours and 22 minutes is not bad. It's Player Talk. Peace. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com and take advantage of the August buy one get one free sale. It's Player Talk. Let's get it. Let's go.
Yo. 2 guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as above just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the feeble specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin. It's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector Bellerin. Now I'm coming out taking a sedative. No competition, but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Want it raw like a pick unedited. Not credited. Even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think we're the hardest humans. Still target my target booting, regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Lawrence Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely like FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
2 guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as above just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the feeble specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin.